What are we waiting for? You make it through this. Merry Christmas.
Well, it seemed like I know when they step up push, I just don't know how to be able to turn down here. Some of them will realize.
That's got to be on, right?
So it's those.
Is it 9? Good morning, Commissioners. Prosecutor Layton, members of the Genesee County Board of Commissioners, department heads, and citizens of Genesee County. We are commencing with the organization. It won't be a complete organization this morning. There will be a transfer of the chairmanship only. Typically, under these conditions, we would swear in all 9 commissioners, but because there's been a transition of only one seat, the chairperson, that will be our business this morning. So at this time, Madam Secretary, would you be kind enough to take the roll?
Nolden,
Present.
Winfrey,
Here.
Ellenberg. Here. Clemens,
Present.
Shoemaker,
Present.
Davis,
Present.
Newman, Pepin,
Here.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. We have a quorum of the Genesee County Board of Commissioners present. At this time, I have been prescribed by the state of Michigan, the authority has been presented to our office to lead the election of the chairperson for the next year, and also because of the transition, also the ability to elect a new vice chairperson. That's before you this morning. So what we're going to do is we're going to commence with the voting, as we typically do for those in attendance that have never attended a Board of Commissioner meeting. They're not only designated by district, but they vote in that fashion, and it will alter as the rounds of votes continue. Our first vote this morning is going to be from Commission District Number 1, Commissioner Nolden.
Okay. I have Dominic Clemens as chair.
Madam Secretary, are you on? Okay.
Dominic Clemens.
Dominic Clemens.
Dominique Clemens.
Sean Shoemaker.
Sean Shoemaker.
Dominic Clemens.
Okay. Mr. Clemens, Commissioner Clemens, he will take the gavel at this time. And I want to say this before he comes up here. You knew I was going to say something, so I'm going to say this. We live in a marvelous land, and our way of governing, our representative form of governing is under attack from my perspective and many others. You notice that we don't transfer the power in this chamber or in our state or national capital at the point of a gun. In rioting, insurrection is typically not the course that we take, even though our nation was founded under a revolution. This is the way we should conduct our business throughout this land. Our representatives of the people, 420,000 people in Genesee County, elected this board to do their business. And I'm always admiring of the transition of power. This is the way it should always happen, and I commend the commissioners and I commend the audience, those among us today, to sit patiently and reverently, politely, in the fashion that should be. I'd like to congratulate the new chairperson of the Board of Commissioners, and it's with a high delight that I transfer the gavel to him to undertake the responsibility. And his name now will be at the forefront of all activity that occurs here on behalf of the Genesee County Board of Commissioners. At this time, I'd ask the audience and the commissioners, in the tradition long past, that we stand up and give the new chairman of the Board of Commissioners a round of applause.
At this time, we'll move into the election of the vice chairperson, followed by remarks from the new leadership team. We will be voting in the same order, this time starting with the 2nd District.
Ellen Ellenberg.
Ellen Ellenberg.
Ellen Ellenberg. District 6.
Commissioner Meredith Davis.
Meredith Davis.
Ellen Ellenberg.
Thank you.
Ellen Ellenberg.
In District 1, Ellen Ellenberg. By a vote of 5-2, Ellen Ellenberg has been appointed as the Vice Chair of the Board of Commissioners. This time I would like to invite the Vice Chair to say a few words.
I'll stand up. Thank you for believing in me and the support. And I look forward to working very closely with our new chairman, Dominic Clemens. He has really showed that he knows his business. I think with the fact that he's worked at a lot of the state officials, that brings a lot to the county on resolutions. So I look forward to our next year working together and making Genesee County bigger and better than it's ever been. Thank you.
And colleagues, I would just like to express my gratitude and thanks for each of you for putting your faith and your trust in me as your chairperson for this upcoming year. I'm confident that this year we will create solutions and not create problems. We all know that there's no easy task ahead of us with this year and that we have many challenging decisions that will be coming before us. I ask that each one of us come into every conversation that we have this year with an open mind, a willingness to listen, and an appetite to do good for our community. The phrase, "that's just the way it's always been," is no longer an acceptable answer here in Genesee County. Throughout this year, there's going to be times that we disagree with each other. Some of those are going to be coming up pretty quickly here. And that's fine and that's expected. However, we must do so in a way that is respectful and civil of one another. We must listen to one another, and we need to listen to understand, not just listen to form a rebuttal. If we take the time to value our colleagues' point of views and keep an open mind, I'm hopeful that we can find middle ground on many of our disagreements. Let's take each decision as its own opportunity for growth, for dialogue, and for learning. I'm hopeful that this year we can dig deep into the issues, build stronger relationships, and show the public what we can accomplish when we work together. Together we can, and we will, build a brighter future for Genesee County. I'm looking forward to the upcoming year and the challenges and the opportunities that will be present. When I was a kid, and I've told several of you of this, that I thought government was this perfect place where everyone got along and made all of the world's decisions and solved all of our problems. As it turns out, real life's a little more complicated than that. Real governing is messy. We all have limitations. We all make mistakes. We all have bias, which means we also all have a whole lot in common. And the more we try to understand each other, the more exceptional each of us will become. But we all must try. So no matter what your role is outside of this Board of Commissioners, or what your partisan ideals are, or your personal identities that you bring to the table, I implore you, try. Try to make the world a better place. We can no longer settle for politics as usual. It is time for a change, and it is time for a fresh approach. So look inside yourself and recognize that change starts with each of you. Change starts with me, it starts with all of us, and it starts now. Buckle up, friends, it's time to govern. With that, we'll begin our agenda. At this time, we'll go to Commissioner Pepin to lead us in an invocation.
Lord, we pray that this new year will bring us closer to you. Help us to truly celebrate the gifts you have graciously given us and use them to serve you and spread your word. May we also see and love you in all the people we meet, so that in turn they can see you in us. In this new year, let us realize that every action of ours, no matter how great or small, enables us to be in touch with you. Let us accept you in our lives in the way it pleases you, as truth to be spoken, as life to be lived, as light to be lighted, as love to be followed, as joy to be given, as peace to be spread about, as sacrifice to be offered among our relatives, friends, neighbors, and all people. Amen. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next on our agenda is the approval of the draft minutes from the December 1st board meeting.
So move them.
Support.
Been moved and supported. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Seeing none, the minutes are adopted. Next, we'll move on to public address to the board. This is the time for members of the public. Members of the general public may address the board at the time and in the order directed on the meeting agenda, which is now. Members of the general public shall address the board by first stating their full name and the city of residence. Only then will they be recognized for a 2-minute maximum speaking period. If you would like to speak, we're going to start here, and we'd ask folks to please line up on this side, and we'll go until everyone has had their 2 minutes to speak. We do ask, again, that everyone keep their remarks respectful and civil. Once you state your name, we'll begin your 2 minutes.
I'm Mike Kilbreth, and I rise today to complain and demand that we've had enough of John Gleason. And this morning in my radio show, matter of fact, I'm right now on the radio informing my listeners that something needs to be done. And we reported a racial slur that was made by Mr. Gleason, who we reported once before about a racial slur by a county employee, and he was fired. I know this board has no authority to fire Mr. Gleason because he's elected to an office. But I'm going to demand that this county board show the community that racial slurs will not be tolerated in my community. I just don't understand it. We reported it, and I've had more than 100 texts, emails, and phone calls in the last 24 hours. I've been given evidence that it happened, and Mr. Gleason, I'm told, and there's a witness to the story, that he profusely apologized for this racial slur. The last time there was one, I applaud Commissioner Nolden, who got busy, and he assured me that he would do everything in his power to make sure that person didn't work for the county anymore. And by the time the meeting happened at 9 o'clock, that person did resign on pressure, I'm sure, from members of this board that previously served. To allow a racial slur to be made by a guy who works on behalf of the county taxpayers should not be tolerated. You say there's nothing you can do. I demand that you cut funding to his office immediately. And nobody there gets paid, and I'm sure his employees, you'll hear from them, because I've heard from a whole lot of them over a number of incidents that have happened. And I stand here with a strong conviction that if you don't do something, and I don't know, the Corporation Council maybe can tell you what you can do as far as a censure or to act, but cutting funding is one thing you can do to show that the guy is not going to
Thank
serve
you.
in our
Your
county.
time is up.
Thank you very much.
Tanya Prim, Richfield Township. I want to address the board about your decisions going forward with the new appointments and everything that were made. I want to talk about the idea of the greater good. There's no such thing as the greater good. It's merely an excuse for one segment of society to force its will upon the rest. But we must listen to the experts, you might say. Which experts? Who chooses which ones are the most knowledgeable and most reliable? Indeed, this once again leads to one segment of the population forcing its will on the rest. We should follow the consensus of the experts, might be your next argument. No proof is actually provided that there is indeed consensus. And even if there were, is the majority always right? The next argument might be, we need to protect our democracy. That's why we should listen to the side with the most voices. But we are a constitutional republic precisely because the will of the majority of the population does not necessarily align with the most just outcome. In fact, it can lead to mob rule, drowning out the concerns and needs of the minority. As you have all taken an oath to uphold our state and federal constitutions, you all have an obligation to uphold allegiance to the constitutional principles and to make sure that the constitutional principles supersede any of your party ideology or devotion to the false notion of the greater good. Thank you.
Tara Phillips, Linden, Michigan. I've been coming to these meetings since August, and I can tell you the lack of questions this board asks when our taxpayer dollars are being spent and your lack of concern for we the people frightens me that you're actually sitting up in these seats. What concerns me more is if we the people out there aren't paying attention to what is going on within our own community and you get voted back in. At this point in time, do I feel that the majority of you sitting up here have the best intentions of we the people? No, I do not. Should I trust the Board of Commissions to fill District Number 5 seat with someone they feel fit? No, I do not. If you were fit, then tell me why Young wasn't asked long ago to step down. Many of you on this board knew exactly what was going on and did very little. This is your job, and your lack of your ability to do it should be frightening to all of Genesee County. I wanted to remind some of you that in the first paragraph of the Declaration of Independence and also in the Michigan Constitution, there is one common name that resides there, and that is God. It is up to we the people to make sure we vote in people that believe in God. It sure is, especially if we want them to back the Constitution and our rights. In the second paragraph of the Declaration, it states the following, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. That whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it and to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to offer their safety and happiness. You proved to me today by your chairperson vote and your VP vote that you don't stand for we the people.
Hi, Board. My name is Isaac Thomas from the 4th District. I'm here today. Me and Mr. Clemens, we've talked. I've talked with a couple of the commissioners about the topic I want to bring up today. So you guys today voted to fill Mr. Young's seat for the chairman position. And as you guys have all admitted, I don't know if the public knows because you guys kind of swept it under the rug, but Chairman Young was accused of sexual harassment by another commissioner on the board. And I would like to know, I know according to Mr. Clemens, it wasn't a bad enough comment to be considered against the law, but that it was very unethical. And as far as we were told, Mark Young was retiring and getting a new career position, But the truth is he is resigning because he made some very inappropriate comments to another commissioner who isn't here today. So I would like to ask, first off, if we could have, as a new chairman, if you could make an official statement. For one, what was the comment that he made, and what were the results of HR's investigation? The other commissioner who accused Mr. Young of doing this, she went to the HR department. So I would like to know the results of that investigation. I feel like it is every employee in this building, I think it's their right to know the results of that investigation. And I think the people would like to know that as well. And why did you guys cover it up? Like, why was this something that you guys couldn't have made public? Why didn't you go there to ask him to resign? If Sean Shoemaker made a comment like that, I'm sure every one of you would have been asking him to resign. So, and they would have been gaslighting him all over ABC 12 and NBC 25. So I would like to ask that you guys do the same and put your political bias down and tell the truth to the people. Thank you so much. God bless you guys. God bless our county.
Good morning. My name is Carly Lamb, Clio, Vienna Township. Thank you, commissioners, for your time and attention to public comment. As you vote to appoint the open commission seat for District 5 due to the resignation of Mark Young, I am asking you to reflect on the definition of cronyism. An attorney by the name of Jeffrey Sheldon defined cronyism as giving jobs and opportunities and political breaks and the like to friends and associates. Often those who can return the favor with donations to or support of one's campaign or administration. He also stated it is seen as unfair, if not corrupt, because people are granted opportunity by virtue of connections and self-interest by the ones granting the job or opportunity, not merit. Please consider Angie Carr or Terry Chambers for a female voice to this very masculine Board of Commissioners.
Good morning, Board. My name's Lara Africa, and I'm from Linden. I just wanted to echo what Mrs. Lamb just brought forward in her comments, and also echo my support for Terry Chambers and also Angie Carr. I really listened to what you said, Commissioner Clemens, with regard to a real opportunity, and I feel like we've got an opportunity to kind of change the direction that we've been going in. And I think part of that is bringing in some new faces and also some female voices. So please consider those candidates. Again, Terry Chambers and Angie Carr. Thank you.
Good morning. Congratulations, Mr. Clemens. So I've heard a lot of grievances, and I want to echo what that first gentleman got up here and said about Gleason.
Can you state your name for the record, please? Sorry.
Oh, Catherine Keller Burton. So about a month and a half, 2 months ago, I was contacted by a gentleman who got my information from Gleason that he had working in the clerk's office when I filed my recall petition on Ellen Ellenberg. He wanted him to team up with me and maybe get some information to take down you, Mr. Layton, because apparently he's got a beef with you. This is like some real Game of Thrones stuff in here. So anyway, so it turns out Mr. Layton, buddies with Dana Nessel, because her office gave him quite a large campaign donation, is still holding a vendetta against Gleason, because Gleason apparently called her a carpet muncher, which I think is inappropriate, not cool, like not giving my phone number to strangers. Anyway, so I thought that was a pretty interesting thing. Democrats investigating voter fraud on Democrats, it can't be. And then I realized all the players, it's so clear. And Mr. Clemens, I hope you're not tying your star to Mr. Gleason's wagon, and I hope when we spoke that you were being very genuine. In fact, I hope what you said today was genuine, because it turns out you interned in Gleason's office. So I don't know if there's still a connection there, because you were under him when he was a senator. So some real shady, dark characters in this room. And also, Mr. Knowlton, I didn't appreciate you threatening me at the last board meeting I attended or having me follow to my car. And I don't know who to say is the best person, but I don't want James Avery to sit on this board, considering he is part of the Brotherhood, which Mr. Knowlton is a part of, which to gain entry into, it's based on the color of your skin, which I think is real racist. So I would like to not have racist people representing anybody in this community. So with that being said, have a good day. God bless.
Thank you.
Holger Spiewak, Davison, Michigan. I want to read an excerpt from an article in the Epoch Times from December 26 about the consequences of mask policies and lockdowns. It says the nation's recent lockdown policies and mask mandates will create a generation of children who exhibit lower IQs and signs of social brain damage, according to a clinical psychiatrist for children and adolescents. Dr. Mark McDonald cited an August 11 study by Brown University that found that children born during the pandemic have significantly reduced verbal, motor, and overall cognitive performance compared to children born pre-pandemic. During an interview with host Cindy Drucker on December 25's episode of NTD, The Nation Speaks. NTD is a sister media outlet of the Epoch Times. The masks, Zoom schools, and lockdown mandates have led to deprivation overall of social contacts, of not being able to see faces, being stuck at home all day long, and this has actually caused brain damage to the youngsters, he said. So, as we found out today, Dr. Hacker is going back on her word again and trying to implement mask mandates on all the schools in Genesee County. And these mask mandates, these lockdown policies are hurting, damaging our children. And I cannot believe that nobody in this board holds her accountable to these long-term consequences that nobody talks about. Everybody's worried about all the cases of the coronas. Is anybody thinking about long-term consequences, damage to these children that we have to deal with in the future? I cannot believe that this is not happening. Dr. Hacker needs to really reconsider her policies and what she's doing in her office. Thank you.
Which one? Does it matter?
It's up to you.
Okay. Sandy Jobin, I'm sure you guys all know me by now. For one thing, we needed some real medical person on the board, and that would be Angie Carr, 25-year nurse. I think it would give us a good perspective of what's really going on. The mask mandates, the damage that you guys are doing to these children. You got blood on your hands, man. You got kids killing each other. You got kids killing themselves because they cannot express themselves. They cannot breathe. I mean, you guys knew this all medically before. Carbon dioxide would cause brain damage. I do. I've been dealing with it for 25 years with my son. That's why he has vents on his mask. You guys sit up here with these masks. How many people have poked holes in your mask so you can breathe right? And if not, the brain fog on all you guys makes sense. And then go into stinking mandating vaccines that are killing kids, that are killing athletes. Are you kidding me? Everybody needs to walk out of the schools. And guess what would happen? The mandates would be stopped. That's what I said a long time ago as far as these stupid masks. Transparency in this board needs to happen. The secret societies need to stop because you're wearing your red shoes, you got blood on your feet, you got blood on your hands. And it's ridiculous. You say we the people, we are the people. And when we the people come together, it's going against you guys. So sit there and think about it. Look at your own kids in the eyes and tell me that you can do it. You need to come clean and they won't have anything on you. If you come clean, that stupid society stops. Good day.
Hello, I'm Kimberly McCarthy from Fenton, Michigan. Thanks for listening to me. I want to echo the sentiments of Carly Lamb and Lara Africa here, but I also took to heart what you said, Mr. Chairperson, when you said you really hope that this year is going to start off on a good note and that we're going to have a not politics as usual, which I feel is such a divided political arena that something's got to give. So with regards to Angie Carr, I feel I'm in great support of her. She would bring a lot of things to the table, including what this woman just spoke of, her experience as a nurse, but also giving balance to this committee. It's very unbalanced in terms of politics. And I think that's important when you're debating back and forth on these various issues and people want to be heard. So I'm hoping that you'll take into consideration that as well. And it seems to me it's a little hurried decision. This is something that's significant. It's a different climate now, and people are more involved, including the constituents that you represent. So this isn't something that should be taken lightly, and I hope you really, really put some thought into it instead of making a hurried decision on it, and really listen to what the people have to say. And thank you very much.
Morning, my name is Leonard Martin. I'm from Richfield Township. Congratulations, Chairman. Your speech was appropriate. I hope it was truthful and it should be applied to the whole board. I support what's been stated here. You should take note of it. I've witnessed numerous times when this board has voted to spend money like a drunken sailor. The county is in the red because of your votes. You vote on positions that, from my understanding, and what's been stated by the board, we're not supposed to be adding positions. You pass it. It's ridiculous. You're not supporting the county. You're not supporting the people. I say one more time, you're not supporting the people. I support Angie Carr. I think she's vastly qualified to give some perspective to the board and support the county. Get rid of the mask mandate. Get rid of the people that are not following the science, just the political scientists. There's enough evidence out here. It's spreading like wildfire. We've been lied to. There is no COVID mandemic. It's a media-demic. Control. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sherry Silva, and I'm from Flint Township. I've been to several meetings. This is my first one to speak at, so I'm a little nervous, but thank you for the opportunity to speak. I have two quick comments. One, I wanted to, in regard to the mask mandates, I won't wear your fear. It is a media-pushed thing. It's bribery. If you look at the effectiveness of masks, I've heard from several speakers who advise doctors on masks. They don't work. They have to be specific and used specifically. We need to stop the political nonsense. We need to get back to what's really helping our children, and the masks are not. So I ask that you consider that when you make your decisions. The other thing that I wanted to bring up today is I support Angie Carr. I think she will bring a good, like they said, balance. I think she's a non-political person, and she will bring her views, the people's views, and to more balance this commission. So I thank you for this time, and I pray that we have a great new year. Thank you.
Good morning, Happy New Year, Lindsay Spiewak, Davison, Michigan. On Thursday, December 2nd, I showed up to the Genesee County Register of Deeds to get a document that I needed, only to find the offices closed. So seeing a sign posted on the wall, it says, as of January 21st, the new hours are Monday through Wednesday, 9 to 3 p.m., and closed Thursday and Friday. I called John Gleason and asked, why was this office closed? I needed a document. He said, talk to the commissioners, because you are the one that has cut his funding, and he is not able to fully staff that office and make it available to the public. The exact public who pays tax money to fund that these offices be open to service us, the public. Why? Why is this? I've sat through quite a few meetings since August, and I've seen the way you guys vote financially. Only a few of you ask questions when it comes to things. Others just yes everything, such as agreeing to increase the $10,000 spending limit to $30,000 without a vote. We trust you to manage our tax dollars responsibly and in a way that services such as the Register of Deeds is open to the tax-paying public. Trust is being broken amongst government. We, the people, are not trusting you guys, and we don't want that to be. That's not the situation we want. You know, I don't know what's going on with the whole Kathy Funk situation, but look at that. That's a little bit of broken trust happening right now, you guys, and especially when it comes to the election process. Dr. Hackert also, she sent a letter to superintendents on January 3rd, and let me read you a quote from that letter. In lifting the county mask mandate, masking in schools was not made optional by the health department, as some have stated. So what is it then? Dr. Hackert is making education an absolute nightmare for school administration, and you guys hired her. Maybe you guys need to fire her.
Hello, my name is Patricia Jones. I live in the city of Grand Blanc, and that is in the district that is being replaced right now. I would like to urge you to support Ms. Carr for that appointment. We, the people, are speaking right now, and we really need you to listen. Also, the mask mandate is over, except in Genesee County. We have got to unmask our kids. This is dangerous for them. Right now, they're asking teachers in other districts to be vaccinated. We passed a resolution, you guys passed a resolution earlier this year in support of a ban on vaccine passports in Genesee County. Right now, the school districts are going to be asking teachers to be vaccinated. And actually, the term vaccination is not even an appropriate term right now. It's medical therapy. This is outrageous, and we need you guys to step up, please. I would also like to strongly, once again, support Angie Carr. We need her on this board. I believe it will bring balance. She has a nursing background. We've got corruption in Genesee County, and we need to root it out. I believe that you guys will do the right thing. I believe all of you will do the right thing. I have to believe that. If we have any hope left in our county to make our county great again, we've got to trust our elected officials. So I just urge you to listen to the people. I love that you guys are looking at us. I love that you guys are sitting here listening. I pray that you will act upon what you're hearing right now.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Brenda Hanel, Vienna Township. Sex trafficking, it's more than a $32 billion a year industry in this country alone. That means a lot of people are buying sex. A lot of people are buying sex from all walks of life, all religions, all backgrounds, politics, on both sides. You take the Franklin cover-up, the book written by former Senator John DeCamp from the 80s and 90s, between Catholic organization adoption agencies, a bank, CEO, the police department, law enforcement, of the torture that's going on. It's going on across all this country. And if it was going on back then, it's going on now. It needs to stop. The county sheriff's department has done ghosts. They've even nailed one of their own on that. Detroit, Flint, and Saginaw are all known for decades with the corruption and the crime. Sex trafficking goes along with it. Accountability is coming. Justice is coming. And it needs to be exposed, and it will be exposed at all levels, on all walks of life. Thank you.
Hi, Michelle Sharon, Grand Blanc. I don't even know where to start. I'm just so flustered with everyone here. Like, I'm so flustered. Anywhere from, let's start, fraud in our elections. Can't even trust that. Mask mandates. Hacker isn't following the science. We all know that. We've been here for months now. You see our faces every single month. Same people, fighting the same thing, saying the same things. Elected officials, we elect you guys, you don't listen to nothing. We have board members making $175 some odd $1,000 with car allowances, and we have police officers who do their jobs, who fight and put their lives on the line every day for pennies. That money should have been going to our police department, not somebody that sits on the board, crying out loud. You're giving money like that to people on the board, and we're closing down buildings that we pay for? Get it together. The corruption is coming through. The communities are finding out. You people need to look at the Freemasons, see what they stand for. Start researching what your board members are involved in, because it's corrupt. Those same board members are involved with children. It's sickening. They put it in our faces. They throw it on Facebook. Their symbols, their signs. Look it up. It's coming out. People are going to start going down because this is ridiculous. We're over it. We are so over it. This is the Constitution. You all signed for this. You took a pledge, not for your own selves, not for your own political agendas, not for what you stand for what we, the people who voted you in, stand for. Get it together. You all have blood on your hands. And we know, and it's coming out bigger than ever.
Sherry Martin from Davison. I just want to say again, because obviously you've seen my face before, and I've been here many times telling you I'm against the masking. I'm asking this board again. I would love it if you would fire this doctor that you hired and get the masks off our kids. But also very much, I'm concerned about the mandatory vaccinations, and I'd like to see you make sure that the parents in this community are given a choice and let them make those decisions for their children, not this board and not the health department. Give the power back to the parents. Okay, the other thing I would like to say is that I am here in support of Angie Carr. This is a stand-up woman that I have known for a lot of years. I have worked with her in a professional capacity. She is not a game player. She's not a scratch-your-back liar and do whatever it takes to fit in and gain what she wants politically or in any other aspect. She is a genuine, very stand-up person with integrity. She has her impeccable education medically that would definitely be a benefit to this board and your health department. And I would just say she also is a business owner and would also have the insight to help on some of the financial matters that this board takes into consideration. I would like you to take this open seat seriously, and I do feel that that things right now on the board are not even, and I would like you to take her into consideration.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you so much. Go Angie Carr.
April Snyder, Grand Blanc. When was it decided that Young would actually step down? And when did you notify the person that you wanted to apply versus when was it actually posted or however it was distributed to the public? I saw it about a week or a week and a half before Christmas. Not really the most ideal time. It's people are traveling, they've got other things going on. If you really wanted the best person, why wasn't that posted back when you knew Young was going to apply or to resign? Because I knew about it probably at least a month ago, maybe longer. So you want transparency, you don't want politics as normal. That would have been a good start to let the best person have opportunity to apply. We have worked hard in this short bit of time to try to find a couple people, excuse me, to put in front of you. There are over 50% of the population is women, is female in Genesee County, so the board should probably come closer to representing that. And, you know, you did say, Commissioner Clemens, that you wanted to start over, so let's drop all of our preconceived notions of who you wanted to fill that district spot before you came here today. Have an open heart and an open mind to the people that will be speaking and find the best candidate, because we do not need more drama and controversy. We've had that in Grand Blanc. I live there, my kids go to school there, I attend the board meetings. I don't like everything that's happening there. We don't need to bring that into the county board. We need to find someone that's a fresh start, someone that has a new idea and hasn't already been mixed up with all of the mess that's our government. So.
Good morning, Carolyn Nance, Fenton Township. There has been some excellent comments here this morning, and I hope you all listened very carefully from what we, the people, have to say. Congratulations, Mr. Clemens, Commissioner. I hope what you said this morning was sincere. There's been a lot of support here for Angie Carr today. I agree with the rest of them. I hope you think about that before you make your vote, and maybe, Commissioner Clemens, you should repeat your speech this morning before you take the vote. I pray that this year is going to be different. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Amy Bigelow, and I live in the city of London. And as I was listening to your speech this morning, Commissioner Clemens, my first thought was, you made a really good speech, but what we really should be focusing on is that all of us have a sinful nature. So we are dramatically evil from the beginning. And we have to focus on the fact that we need to hold each other accountable, knowing that. We can't come into this all happy, smelling fresh of flowers when we know from the get-go we're sinful. And I hope that each and every one of you will understand that as you discuss who's going to be our commissioner, who's going to be in charge, you take that into account. And power-hungry people seek power-hungry seats, okay? And that's part of the problem here. You need to take a look at your own nation and say, am I power-hungry? If you are, you don't deserve to sit in that seat. So take a good look at yourself, because I've been here for months. I've been listening through my hearing device at home, and I'm just astonished. Every time I listen to you guys, that you ignore the evil that's in your own office. So hold yourself accountable, because in the end, you're accountable to God.
My name's Shannon Ellenbass. I'm from Fenton. I wasn't going to speak today. I've come and listened to several of these meetings. I've never spoke. I've just paid attention. I was very impressed with your speech, Chairman. It was very good. I do hope and pray that it was sincere. I have heard several comments about Chairman Young and Avery. His name is and Avery. I heard mentioned, and then I heard a woman that people are asking from representatives from the 5th District to be considered. I do hope and pray that as you listen to the interviews today, that you put aside any preconceived person that you may have in mind and actually listen to the people that are interviewing and give them a fair chance and vote on the person that will best represent the 5th District for the county seat. I would also like to say a quick comment on the masks thing. My 3 children are here today. They actually asked to come today to this meeting. They wanted to see government at work. They've been here once before when there were some altercations with a gentleman calling Mr. Shoemaker racist. They actually found that extremely entertaining. I personally did not. I thought that was a bad example for my children as to how government works. I was impressed that they wanted to come back today, but my children are being homeschooled because of these mask mandates. They are triplets. They were born premature. They cannot wear a mask at school. It is damaging to them. Their oxygen levels drop down to very unsafe levels. Their heart rates go up extremely high. I have medical notes for them, but it's been a struggle at school, and I decided not to fight that battle this year. So I also encourage you to listen to the people and make changes for our community and truly follow what the chairman said this morning. Thank you.
My name is Kevin Bigelow, and I'm from Linden, Michigan. I don't even know what I'm going to say today, but I can tell you right now that Satan is a deceiver and that God will always win. And the truth will come out. And I can tell you this because of growing up as a teenager, that the God of the Masons is Lucifer, who is Satan. I know this because I have been told by somebody that used to be a Mason. So I think you guys are being deceived. Anybody that's a part of that, I don't know who is specifically, but I can tell you that's who is their God. Satan does not represent good. Satan represents evil. And if you are involved in that, get out of it, and you need to turn your life to Jesus Christ.
I'm going to do that. We're going to always agree and disagree or whatever the case may be, but we can always work together on what we agree on. And voting for James Avery would be a high, serious mistake. James Avery has already showed himself where he's working on GISD, and he stood with Lisa Hagel. They had $23 million, and they would not give Flint kids any money for special needs. The judge found that it was illegal and unfair, and he would call people down to the chamber to go against me, where I got paperwork from ACLU showing that the kids in the city of Flint was being treated unfair and illegal. They will use I'm black and I'm from Flint to get in office. And then once they get in office, they don't do anything for the people in the city of Flint. You have all these people voting to put somebody in office, but they're not going to do anything for the people in the city of Flint because he has shown that. Mr. Gleason used it yesterday. Oh, I was the first person to put a black woman on road commission, but behind closed doors, he's calling me an N-word. See, that's how this works. I will show you something in public eye, but do things behind your back, behind closed doors. I don't care if you're black, white, pink, blue, purple, whatever, Democrat or Republican. It's the individual. Ms. Hoff would make a better person than James Avery. James Avery does not need this seat. And the government's supposed to fear the people, not the people fear the government. In 2022, we will be kicking down doors on every elected official. It doesn't matter if you're Democrat or Republican, we're
Thank
coming
you.
after
Your
that
time is
money.
up.
That $79 million that hasn't been spent.
Is there any other member of the public that wishes to address the board? No.
My name is A.C. Dumas, Arlington Curtis Dumas, Flint, Michigan. And I'm here to say that it's a sad day in government. I know government. Been knowing government all my life. And I'm particularly concerned about the city of Flint, where I have been a resident of all my life. And I've seen the corruption in government. And I know that there are corrupted people in government. They say one thing, but they do something else. Let me say this, that I want somebody who's going to look after the city of Flint, not to pimp us like we normally do. When it comes to African Americans, black folk, all people want is our vote. Once they get our votes, they care nothing about us. When I say us, black, brown, and poor people of the city of Flint. I knew people when they was on the council, Flint City Council, who voted in Flint but lived in Davison. See, I know all this. Enough is enough. And, you know, I'm a civil rights person, been one many, many years. And I know racism when I see racism. Well, you're going to ask me, who do I support for the 5th District? Well, the person I thought was going to run, he decided he didn't want to run. But whoever you all decide to vote for, I hope they will have the city of Flint at heart and in their mind and character. Thank you.
Your time is up. Is there any other member of the public wishing to address the board?
Shirley Kautman Jones, Atlas Township Supervisor. I would hope that the individual that you select to fill the vacancy for the 5th District, of which encompasses Atlas Township, that you would look for someone who is not involved at this time in politics, possibly a business person that understands what it's like to worry where the next nickel is going to come from and be fiscally responsible, and also to remember that everything that is happening in Genesee County is not happening in 5 to 7 blocks on Saginaw Street. There's a lot happening in the out-county areas that, other than us sending lots of tax dollars down here, we don't get a lot of representation. Thank you.
Any other member of the public wishing to address the board? Going twice. Public comment is now closed. That will move us on to communications. I have a couple of items for the board. I would like to now announce the leadership positions for our standing committees. For Finance Committee, Chairperson Gary Pepin, Interim Vice Chair Dominique Clemens. Government Operations, Chairperson Bryant Nolden, Vice Chair Charles Winfrey. Public Works Committee, Chairperson Ellen Ellenberg, Vice Chairperson Sean Shoemaker. Health and Human Service Committee, Chairperson Charles Winfrey, Vice Chairperson Ellen Ellenberg. Community and Economic Development, Chairperson Meredith Davis, Vice Chairperson Bryant Nolden. These will be our leadership team for the upcoming year. Next, I would like to also make the following changes to some of our standing commissions. This will require a vote of the board. I would ask, once I read these, for someone to make a motion to approve them in block. For the 911 Consortium, Ellen Ellenberg and Meredith Davis. For the Allocation Committee, Gary Pepin, Meredith Davis, and Ellen Ellenberg. For the Flint Cultural Center Foundation Board, Dominique Clemens and Gary Pepin. For the Metro Alliance, Meredith Davis. For the Retirement Commission, Ellen Ellenberg. Flint and Genesee Group Board of Directors, Dominique Clemens. The Local Emergency Planning Committee, Dominique Clemens. And Michigan Works, Bryant Nolden, Ellen Ellenberg, with Commissioner Charles Winfrey and Deborah Newman as alternates. Is there a motion to approve? It's been moved and supported. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Are there any opposed?
Nay.
The motion carries. That will move us on to appointments. Item A, Commissioner of the 5th District, previously held by Mark Young. Term expires 12/31/2022. We have 7 candidates that have put in an application, and my understanding is that 2 of them have withdrew their application. At this time, the process that was laid out is that each of these now 5 candidates will have 2 minutes to speak, followed by 10 minutes of question and answers from the board. Commissioner Shoemaker.
I would just like it stated I have some objections to the process. And excuse me, I seem to be losing my voice today. One, I object to the way this was set up. The former chair didn't resign till the end of the year, yet this process was put in place. And so then I'm understanding it's his process this was set up as. The 2 minutes to speak, the 10 minutes, the fact that we didn't get our information till Thursday night. It's a holiday weekend. Some of our board members actually have to work, so they don't have time to make phone calls and do things. I just think this is so rushed because we all know we have one candidate that most of this board has been pushing before we subject Mr. Young to resign. I'm deeply disappointed in that. Next is with the way, if we are going to move forward with this and the way we move forward with this, I would suggest that we ask the candidates to actually leave the room that aren't being questioned, so no one has an advantage to hearing a question that is asked. Because my goal, if I, in the few questions I get, or the one I might get with the 10-minute allotment, I'm going to ask the same question to be fair. So I think it would give someone an advantage to actually be in here and give time to think about what the question is that we're all asking. And these are just some things I have with this process I was not involved with. I was not asked to be involved with. Excuse me. I've done a bit of hiring in my life, and I've seen how this goes. We spend more time on figuring out how we're going to put on other commissions, and we do something so vital to people that we don't even serve their district. This is not my district. This is not anyone else's here's district. This is the people of the 5th District. And it's very frustrating to me to see how this went. I've stated my objections. I got back from corporate counsel that they were in the right. That was not what I was arguing. The fact is, Mr. Young set these forward. We have a new chair. If it wasn't Mr. Clemens, could the new chair have changed these rules? And I believe it's yes. I'm asking the new chair to actually change this. I would like a little more time than 10 minutes because I don't think it's fair because there's 8 of us. If everybody asks a question that lasts a minute to ask, and they get 2 minutes to answer 8 questions. This process is not thought out. I know it's because everybody already has, most of the people here, and I hope I'm wrong. I pray to the Lord, I prayed on this so hard that I'm wrong. That we do what's right. But 10 minutes to interview somebody for a job as important as this, we decide how these people's lives are affected. Every day, we're supposed to make their lives better. We're supposed to be problem solvers, not problem creators. And for what I've watched the last 6 months, is a lot of people upset. I sat down here for 2 years before that. We didn't have this on this level. And I think the commissioners that were here before saw that. So I would ask that we make some changes, thank you, to the way we're doing this process. I would ask for fairness for the rest of the candidates that whatever order we pick, the rest of them get an opportunity to go maybe in another room. So one who went last doesn't get the advantage over one who went first and how they think they're going to answer the questions. And I would ask for more time if that's how we're going to move forward. Also, after this, I don't know what the plan is. Is there time for reflection by commissioners to think? Is there time for us to actually sit down and take a moment of thought, or are we just going right to voting afterwards? Do we know any of these things? Can we proceed with some changes, or are we stuck with the way things are, Mr. Chair?
So those are all things that are up to the board, if anyone would like to make a motion on how the process wants to move forward.
I would make the motion, the first motion, that we ask the candidates who are not being interviewed to be removed from the room, set someplace in a safe environment, distance from here, until the interview is done. That would be my first motion.
There's been a motion. Is there support? It's been moved and supported to ask the candidates to leave the room during the interviews. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. 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 Are there any opposed? The motion is adopted.
My next motion would be to, and this is tough, and I understand some people will have longer answers than others, obviously. But if we could at least extend it to the point, and I don't know if you guys want to go so many questions per commissioner, because somebody might get left out if we don't have at least one question from a commissioner. And if they don't want to, the other commissioners don't want to use it, so fine, but I don't know how to put this into actual motion form, so I'll try my best. A motion to allow each commissioner to ask at least 2 questions. If they feel they need more, maybe up to a third, or maybe to a third, 2 to 3.
I'd want us to set the same amount for each, so we're asking the candidates the same amount of questions.
Well, I plan on, I don't know how everybody else does, I plan on asking the same questions to be fair, all the way through. Even though I have different opinions of what I would like to ask other commissioners, but I think it's fair to everyone that we stick with the same questions so the public can see that their views on each. So that's what I would ask for.
So your motion is 2 questions?
2 questions, maybe 3 if needed from each commissioner, because I don't know what everyone has on their agenda of how many they want. So if that's fair, up to 3.
Okay,
My
so the
motion's up to
motion
3.
is to ask up to 3 questions from each commissioner to ask up to 3 questions for each candidate.
With no time limit.
With no time limit. Is there a second?
Support.
It's been moved and supported. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Are there any that are opposed? The motion is adopted. Commissioner Ellenberg.
Mr. Chair, just to clarify with Commissioner Shoemaker, in the past, when we have had to hire someone we've interviewed, that is the process we've always done, is where each commissioner kind of went through and asked a couple questions. And there really wasn't a time limit on it, because most of the candidates would answer them, fairly, quickly and to the point. So it was a good thing that we brought it to, the attention and voted on it, but that is usually the process of how it's done.
Thank you. I think it's only fair to them. I think it's fair to us. I still don't like the process. I think number one, that we are missing a board member, which I don't know what the reason is for it. I've heard speculation, but I think it's so important. This is the most important meeting to me so far that we're going to have each year, the organizational meeting. It's very vital that you be here, so I think it's tough for us to make a vote with this today without her being here, but, that's up to the rest of the board after we go through the process. I would like to say, though, and moving forward with this process, if we ever have to do this again, I would like to put a resolution together later, work with Mr. Clemens maybe to have an actual process in place that actually says how many minutes, how much time, how we do this, because I think this can be done better. Like I said, I'm still upset with the fact that the time was so short, especially for those at work to actually sit down and read. And I hope I'm wrong, that it's not the fact that but they already had somebody in mind who was down here before Mr. Young even put his resignation in. We had this gentleman picked out. I hope everybody in the audience will respect the interview process, allow the candidates to answer without uproar, and I would greatly appreciate that if they would. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Ellenberg.
if we're asking our candidates to be excused to the next room in 301, could we take a break during that time?
Certainly. There has been a request. I would entertain that as a recess. Before we go into said recess, I will read through the list that I have, including the withdrawals, and if any of the candidates that I have listed as withdrawn, if that's not true, please correct me. So the full list was Shirley Kaufman Jones, who I believe has withdrawn her candidacy, Angeline Carr, Susan Gervers, who I believe has withdrawn her candidacy, Linda Hoff, Terry Chambers, Joel Fike, and James Avery. And that'll be the order that we will receive speeches and questions. So it'll be Angeline Carr, Linda Hoff, Terry Chambers, Joel Fike, and James Avery. We are going to ask the candidates to move to room 301, and for the rest of the board, we will take a 5-minute recess.
For the candidates that don't know, that's right next door.
Thank you.
So,
I didn't know that. Shut your mic off.
I don't know.
If I could have everybody take their seats, please.
Angie Carr. What?
Thank you.
Oh, she goes with them.
All right, as we are convening, and I will mention this to the candidates again as they come up, you'll have 2 minutes to give introductory remarks, followed by up to 3 questions per commissioner. The way we will start that is when we go into questions, we will start with District 1 to ask your first question, move our way around, and then go a second round and a third round. Any commissioner that doesn't have a second or third question will defer to the next commissioner. So when you are ready, as you begin speaking, we'll start your 2 minutes.
Okay. I personally want to thank each and every person who's in this room
Can you
today.
speak into the mic, please?
Oh, sorry. I just wanted to personally thank each and every one of you for coming today. My name is Angie Carr. I am here before you today as a citizen of Genesee County. I live in Grand Blanc in the 5th District. My husband and I have lived in this community for 30 years. I am here to appeal to the people of Genesee County as well as surrounding counties, and not to the politicians, as I am not a politician myself. A little background about me that makes me a good candidate, I feel, to finish the term for Mark Young, even though you may have someone else in mind, is that I have spent 11 years as a registered nurse. This shows my commitment to caring for people, as well as a thorough background of the healthcare industry in this area. For the last 20 years, I have been a self-employed hairstylist and makeup artist, and we have just purchased and are renovating a building to expand my business in Grand Blanc. As you can see, we are literally invested in this district, and we care what happens here. This past year, I have attended and spoken at rallies or functions that were organized by the Republican Party because it appeared that they were listening to all citizens' voices that were not being heard. Myself, as well as many others, have witnessed government overreach into COVID health issues. My involvement was because of the medical mandates being imposed. I attended the Unmask Our Genesee County Children and spoke at it, though I had not planned to. I didn't agree with Dr. Hacker issuing mask mandates on children. I spoke against this and for medical freedoms, one of which being the parent's right to decide what is best for their child. The government can make suggestions to the people, but not force by using fear and mandates to make someone wear a mask nor put any shot or drug into their bodies. Our liberties are on the line if we don't stand tall and turn this around. Government officials are supposed to be for the people and their community. I could be a strong voice for the people in Grand Blanc and surrounding areas for many people, especially one of the biggest issues now is public health.
Time is up.
Okay.
We will start with questions from District 1. Again, I remind the commissioners to please speak up and into the microphone so everyone can hear.
You know, I only have one question, but I think it already's been answered. I just wanted to ask, what was your party affiliation? And I think you said Republican?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
District 2.
Okay. If selected, what would you do to eradicate systemic racism in county government?
I'm sorry, what would I do? I didn't
To
quite hear all of
eradicate
it.
systemic racism?
What would I do to eradicate it? Well, I feel like I would need a lot more time for that. I can tell you that I don't agree with racism. I think all people should be equal. I'm not an expert in this area, but I surround myself with good people. So I would have to look into ways to eradicating that, because again, I'm not an expert in this. I don't agree with racism at all. It's very important not to be racist. And again, I just found out about this recently, so typically I would be a little more prepared. Not that I don't know what I'm saying or talking about, but I did have a little limited time and I had no idea what I was going to be asked. So I hope that you'll understand that as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
District 3.
Ms. Carr, thank you for coming and
Yeah.
doing that. I've been in that spot before.
Yeah, you're welcome.
When I was on council, and it's
Yeah.
kind of nerve-wracking, so You're doing good.
Thank you.
And so basically, I think sitting on this board is important to be a team player.
Yes.
And, you know, you stated your party and basically the affiliation of the replacement, you know, he was a Democrat as that seat. But once you sit in these seats, you know, basically you work for the people and you try to represent them at the values that you believe in and that you want to make your community better. So what would you do to help your community to see things that we need to do to make our community better?
I would, probably one of the first things I would do, because I don't know all of the issues, I would go out into the community and ask people. I would, you know, let it be known that I'm going to be meeting somewhere and ask people of the community the things that are important to them, the good and the bad. And also, just to mention, you made a comment, I can't remember your exact words, but about fairness or, I have served people my whole life, not in a political position, but as an RN, I served people, and as a professional hairstylist and makeup artist, I serve people. I know a lot of people from different backgrounds, and I can tell you, when I was an RN, it was to help them put them back to homeostasis and get them back to wellness again. That was always the goal, and to treat each patient as if they were my own family, because that's how I would want someone to treat my friends and family. As a hairstylist and makeup artist, same thing. I don't just do to them what I feel is best. I may make a suggestion and say, hey, I think this color would look good on you. I think this haircut would look good on you. But ultimately, it's the decision of the person who is in my chair, and I would do, you know, what they want, because I do serve people in a different way.
I have one more question.
Well, we're going to go one question from everyone and then the second
Oh,
round.
okay. Okay, had everybody write down, I forget it.
So my first question, in your ideal sense, what is your vision of what Genesee County will look like in 10 years?
Okay, again, I just recently found out about this. My ideal sense of what Genesee County would look like would be that the voices of the people who live in the county and all counties are truly heard, and that there is no force being pushed against the citizens or fear being used against the citizens. People can decide things for themselves when they are given all of the information and correct information. So in 10 years, I would hope to be a good voice for the community, and again, just hope that everyone involved is doing what they should be doing for the people.
Thank you. District 6.
Thank you. Thank you for coming in today.
Yeah, you're welcome.
My first question is, I'm sure you're aware of the financial hardships facing our county.
Mm-hmm.
What efforts would you put forth to help solve these issues we've had for the past few decades?
Okay. And again, I'm not an expert in finances, but I do surround myself with people who know finances. I'm smart enough to know that even in my own household with my husband and I, that if you're putting more out than you're bringing in, there's a problem, so you have to look at everything. So I would just need to look where money is flowing out, possibly where it shouldn't be, and where money is coming in, to see the discrepancies, and then I would be able to, I feel, make a more educated view on how this could be helped.
Hi. My question is, what drove you to apply for this role, and why do you think you're the best candidate to represent District 5?
Okay. What drove me to seek this role is because, again, I was an RN for 11 years, and I saw a lot of things happening that were wrong in my opinion, and as a hairstylist and makeup artist, I see lots of people in a week, and I hear what is really going on out in the public that's not always on the news. I get firsthand information from people. And even though I'm nervous being in front of everyone, and I don't know everything, I'm also not the type of person that I'm gonna back down because I might be nervous or afraid. If I know something is the truth, I'm gonna speak it. And I feel I'm a very well-rounded person because of my medical background and because of being self-employed and owning a business in Genesee County. So I think I'm pretty well-rounded for this position.
Commissioner Peppin, District 9.
Good morning.
Hi.
My question, more short-term, what are your goals for this board in 2022, if you are selected?
Okay. And again, I've never been part of anything like this, so my goals for the board would be just to sit and listen and hear what people want in the community, and hopefully we can all come to a collective decision, for what people are wanting. I hope I understood your question correctly.
As being that you applied for this,
Yes.
you must have some idea of what you would like to see accomplished
Well,
in this first year.
Yeah, I definitely, because I ran out of time, I think that I could be helpful in many ways, and one is on the Board of Health. Because of my RN experience, I think I could bring a lot of very good insight and truth into, the mask mandates and the vaccines, which are, I think someone was trying to describe earlier, they're really called medical transport mechanisms. So I have a lot of knowledge. I'm not a doctor, but I do have a lot of knowledge that I feel I could bring forth in that. Also, I'm an animal lover. My husband and I are we have 2 rescues. So I'm interested in animal control in any way that I can help as well. As long as talking and being with the commissioners, I know we're all at different districts, but, as a collective group of people, I'm a very good listener.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
We'll return to District 1. Any further questions?
Nothing at this time.
District 2?
And this is sort of related to Commissioner Peppin's question. What is the single most thing you'd like to accomplish as a county commissioner?
Taking the fear down would be one thing. And again, having more truth be known. I feel like, just as myself, no matter what it's regarding, if you don't have the correct information about anything, whether it's our jobs and hear what each and every one of us do, if you don't have the correct information to make a right decision. So I would like to bring forth more real, true information for people to at least take into consideration.
District 3?
Being the fact that we're a board of 9 and we have 7 here today.
Yeah.
So do you have any conflicts like of attending meetings? Because sometimes they're, last minute meetings, and it's very important to be at all the meetings unless it's, known ahead of time.
Right.
Usually meetings are every Wednesday. And so that would have to be totally, blanked out of your schedule. Would you have a problem with doing anything like that?
No, because I'm self-employed, I do have flexibility with my schedule. I was or am aware that, the board meets on certain days. One of them is a Wednesday, I believe, in the morning. Right now, even though I have clients booked on Wednesdays, because again, I was just found out about this a while ago, but because I am self-employed, I can push my clients to a different day to keep Wednesdays open. That shouldn't be a problem.
All right, thank you.
My second question, so it's important for our commissioners to have a working knowledge of a lot of different aspects of county government.
Yeah.
We have several departments, as you know.
Yeah.
So can you just tell us about 3 county departments and what their functions are? Any 3 departments of your choice.
Okay. Well, I'm going to be honest with you. None are coming to my mind right
Sure.
now, mostly because I am a little bit nervous, and I don't want to answer a question that I don't know or make something up.
Sure.
But I would definitely look into that and know next time.
Thank you.
So my apologies for that.
I respect that. Commissioner Shoemaker?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me see here. Hold on. Apologize. How do you feel public safety affects our county? And then in addition to that, how do you think we can improve that?
I think public safety does affect our county. I definitely believe in police and police departments. I believe in law. I believe in law and order. And I also believe in supporting our police. Absolutely.
Do you plan on running for another term?
Do I plan on
Plan on
running?
running for another term?
If you're appointed, I think is what she's trying to.
Oh,
Whether or not, really?
yeah, I would. Yeah.
Commissioner Peppin?
That was my question.
We looked over your shoulder. Those cameras are good.
How do you think we can make Genesee County more appealing to more people?
Goodness. Wow, that's a very good question. I think one way would just to show and prove that we support all people, no matter, what the thoughts are in our minds, and that Genesee County is a county that wants to do good for all of the people that live in the county, no matter what income bracket, you fall in.
Third round of questions. Commissioner Nolden. Winfrey?
Yes, Ms. Carr, you stated that you're a business owner. What is your commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion in your own business?
And my own business?
Yes.
My own business is quite diverse. Right now, while my husband and I are building our salon in Grand Blanc, I work in an area where that's quite diverse. People from all backgrounds, people that are all skin colors. My clients are the same. I don't, I serve everyone. Anyone that wants their hair done, come to me.
Thank you. Commissioner Ellenberg?
I'm good.
My final question. What do you believe is the fundamental role of government?
I believe the fundamental role of government is to literally be for the people, and a voice for the people.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is more of a close-to-home question I'm going to ask everybody. I would just like you to tell me about your life in the 5th District and why it's so important to you that you represent your district.
Okay. As I said, my husband and I have lived in Grand Blanc for 30 years. I actually grew up in Lapeer, Michigan, so graduating from Lapeer West, Grand Blanc and Lapeer West were kind of rivals, and I would always hear, Grand Blanc people are snooty. And when my husband and I moved here, I found that to be not the truth at all. Grand Blanc people are very pleasant, very nice. We haven't moved. We've stayed here, and as I said, we've purchased a business here on Hill Road. So we plan to stay for the long haul and the long run. I could have looked in Clarkston, in Davison. I could have looked any place else for my business because I have a lot of clients that honestly would follow me anywhere. But I wanted to be in Grand Blanc. This is where I live. I care about all communities, but I live in this community, so I do care about this community.
Beyond Wednesday meetings, do you believe you have the time to dedicate to this job and serve your community properly?
Again, I don't know everything that's involved in the commissioner's job. As you can see, I have some papers here just because I was trying to find out, because that's the kind of person I am. If I don't know something, I try to research it. I don't know how many hours are required or anything like that. I do work a full-time job, but I am absolutely willing to work it out and work in the time. And I have the support of my husband and many friends, so I'm absolutely willing to work it out.
Commissioner Peppin, your third question.
Hold on.
And Commissioner Ellenberg, your third question.
Yeah, I thought of one, but Gary can go ahead and go first.
Go ahead.
Okay. What's your stance on union workers and jobs? Being the fact that, we have purchased a new building and, basically being the fact that we are a union community,
Right?
what is your stance on hiring of union workers?
I guess I have been a union worker because I worked at Hurley Medical Center and there was a union there. And now I'm not a union worker because I'm self-employed, so I've had the chance to see both sides. Again, I would have to say, as long as the union is doing something positive for the people, then I'm in favor of it. Because I have seen it work the other way when I worked at Hurley. So as long as it's a collective group working in a positive direction, I'm not against it.
Thank you. Any of the commissioners that did not get to ask 3 questions have a final question? All right, seeing none, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
I'll ask Commissioner Shoemaker, would you like her to go back into the room, or are we comfortable with her staying?
I would think it would be less intimidating. This is just me, and it's up to the rest of the board to actually have other candidates out here. And I know it's a nerve-wracking process, so thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem.
I can't imagine standing up there. But I would think it'd be best to, ask them not to speak of what they were asked and ask them to go back in the room. But that would just be me. I'd put a motion on the floor that that's what we would do.
So the ask has been to ask the candidates to return back to the room. There's been a motion made to do that. Is there a second?
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Is there any discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Are there any opposed? The motion carries. Again, thank you so much for coming out, and we're going to ask you to return to room 301 next door.
No problem. I'm just going to grab my purse and
Absolutely.
exit.
Our next candidate will be Linda Hoff. Sorry, you'll have 2 minutes to present to the board on anything that you'd like to speak on to introduce yourself. That'll be followed by a question and answer period. Each commissioner will ask 1 question in a round. Then we'll return back and do the same thing for up to 3 questions from each commissioner. And you can take as much time as you need to answer those questions. Do you understand the process?
Yes,
All right, your 2-minute time will begin when you start speaking, whenever you're ready.
thank you. I don't think I'm going to need the whole 2 minutes. I think most of the commissioners know who I am. My name is Linda Hoff. I am from Grand Blanc, where I've lived for over 21 years now. For the last 10, 11 years, 10 years, I've been president of the League of Women Voters of the Flint area. In that capacity, I served the entire county. And in 2018, January 2018, we actually took on the entire Thumb region as well, mentoring people who wanted to help educate voters in a nonpartisan manner, but didn't have a local league with which to do it. So we were their mentors. We had them come up and we supervised all the work they did. It was huge, but I retired from that role in June of this year. For the rest of you, I think that I probably explained that enough. I was born and raised in Pontiac, and I have lived only in a couple houses since that time. So I've lived in Livonia and in Grand Blanc. Short time in Lake Orion, Michigan as well. I was interested in this role when it came up because I ran for District 5 Commissioner in 2010. I obviously did not win that election, but it was an education. And after that, one of the things that I learned in running for office was how uneducated the public was about both the county commission as well as voting. And I got involved with the league during the election because of the outreach they were doing. And when I did not win the election, I joined the league, and that's that. I also have 30 years of school volunteerism and 20 years of Girl Scout volunteerism because I'm a mother of 4 adult daughters, 5 grandkids, and 2 great-grandkid children now.
Thank you. We'll start our questions with District 1. Commissioner.
Just one question. What is your party affiliation?
I consider myself an independent, As a league member, as an officer, you can't be partisan at all. When I did run for District 5, I ran as a Dem, but it was a difficult decision because I consider myself socially progressive and fiscally conservative.
Thank you.
If selected, what would you do to eradicate systemic racism in county government?
In county government? Well, I think the one thing you always have to do is look at, one of the things I did with Girl Scouts was I was a diversity coach. So one of the first things you have to do, because it was a mandatory training, one of the first things you have to do when you have these people come in for this mandatory training is remind them that diversity is not just racism. So I look at diversity in all forms. So racism is certainly there. Any racism is bad. Misogyny is also bad. Any kind of preconceived notion because of how somebody looks or behaves is bad. So it's just how I was raised, how it's been my mantra my entire life. So I think you just kind of keep an eye out for it all the time and recognize any opportunity that you can to embrace openness in any population.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Linda, for coming in. Basically, my question is, kind of a two-part. Are you a team player, and how would you help your community by being a team player?
Well, I think I actually absolutely consider myself a team player because I've never done anything as an independent. All the work I've done, I've always involved groups of people where we each have a role, and we each hold each other accountable to that role. I'm sorry, what was the second part of that?
How would you help your community to, because we have a lot of programs here at the county. How would you, go out to your community and tell them about some of the programs that we have?
Well, I think that's one of the things that the commission has improved on over the years. I don't think, when I ran in 2010, part of why I ran was there was no transparency in my mind with the commission that we had. And I wanted to bring more transparency and openness. And frankly, I think that there's a lot of room still for better communication and openness with the public. So I think that's one of the things that I bring to it. With the league, one of the things we do is, we've got our webpage, we've got our Facebook page, and we're out in the community. I'm always out in the community, and every time you go out, you're having to re-educate people and say the same things over and over again, sometimes a little bit differently because you're in a different audience. So I think part of communicating throughout the county is trying to meet people where they're willing to listen and what they're willing to hear, because part of communication is that. It's opening yourself up to that.
My first question is, what do you see as your vision for Genesee County 10 years from now?
Wow. 10 years from now, I would certainly like to see better communication, a lot more openness. People can find things when they have a question. They don't have to call your office, or they don't have to call their friends, and they don't have to wonder why they can't find something, because the information will be there for them in a readily accessible manner. I think I would like to think that in 10 years from now, we'll be through this part of our own history that we're living through right now, where people are so argumentative and quick to blame instead of quick to listen. So I think one of the things that the commission has to do, because you are representing people at the county level, is that you have to know that we're a really diverse county. And so again, the communication is, people, listening to the comments today is important to hear that view, but it's also important to remind them that it's not the only opinion. So one of the things you have to do as a commissioner is listen to all opinions. So, and try and hear everybody's views. So 10 years from now, I would hope that progress has been made on that. Progress has been made, the county is more fiscally solvent, and people know where we stand, and people actually out in the community know what the county commission does, because right now they don't.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming, by the way, and putting yourself through this. It's very appreciated. Our process is so important, so thank you. As I'm sure you're aware of the financial hardship facing our county, I was just wondering what efforts would you take to solve these issues?
I think that coming in from the outside, the first thing you have to do is you have a steep learning curve because you haven't been here and been party to the decisions that have been made. So there's a learning curve right off the bat. Secondly, there's not really, I don't want to call it an audit process, but I guess it would be more of a self-audit. Part of that learning curve is looking at how the money is being spent, the decisions that have been made on how to spend the money, and is that indeed the best way to do it, to allocate funds. But again, a single commissioner is part of a team. So the commission as a whole is what's making the decisions. And so anything you can do is just provide an opinion, maybe a little bit of background to it if you've got some, or you can find it, and then present it to the commission so that things can be changed if necessary. You don't throw in the towel from the get-go and say, well, we know how it's been, so it's only going to be this, and don't even try. So one of the things that I'm known for is change management. So I like change. That might scare some of you. I like change. I think without change, we don't grow. So I have no qualms about looking at things objectively and making decisions. I do have a bachelor's of science in business, and I have a master's in public administration. So I think I come in with some education and skills that are beneficial.
Thank you so much.
Why do you think that out of the candidates, you're the best fit for this role and to represent District 5?
Well, I would say it's up to the commission to decide if I'm the best candidate. I am a candidate, and I think I'm very qualified because of my education, because of my background. I have been a volunteer, in my opinion, public servant my entire adult life. When I had my third child, I stopped working outside of the home because I decided it wasn't worth the sacrifice with 3 children. I wasn't getting paid enough to make it worth the sacrifice of not being there for my children. But I quickly got sucked into volunteering with the schools, and it became a passion of mine. And I've done really good things as a volunteer. And a lot of people don't recognize the work of volunteers. I've done some phenomenal things, actually, I think. And but I've done them without sacrificing my family. So I think that right now, because of where I am in life, I've got the time for this, I've got some background, I've got some experience, and you know, I already said my diversity training, the background with the league, I am nonpartisan. To me, right now, what's going on with the parties is really shameful, and the fact that people are so polarized, it's one of the things that made my work in the league actually both easy as well as hard, because in my role, I had to be nonpartisan, but because it was a political arena, I had to face partisanship every time I went out and did any of my work. So I think I've got a good personality for compromise.
Good morning.
Morning.
If you're selected, what are your goals for this board to accomplish in 2022?
Well, it's kind of interesting because 2022 will be kind of like a lame duck situation for this person, right? I don't have plans of running again at this time. To me, it's filling in that spot. And it's providing a balanced, sane voice for the district on this commission right now. So I would like to think that the time could be spent improving communications, improving the way the public looks at the county commission, and making sure I can do the outreach I need in the district to make sure people actually know what the commission is and does, and know that they have a voice and they have a resource with the commission.
Back to District 1, any other questions?
No.
Commissioner Winfrey?
Yes, Mrs. Hoff, what is the single most thing you'd like to accomplish if selected as a county commissioner?
Both change and stability. So I gave you 2. So let me go back. Change. As much as I can do in my single position, provide influence to the commission as a whole.
Thank you.
Okay, being the fact that a lot of our working staff here is union, what's your stance on union workers and like jobs that are coming up available? Like in our new building, would you be in favor of hiring union workers to do the construction on that?
My father was a union worker, so I grew up in a union household. So I see the value of unions. I also see challenges with unions that are similar to the challenges we're facing in partisanship right now, in terms of us versus them. And I don't want to say I don't have patience, but sometimes I think when you take anything to an extreme, it becomes a problem because there's more fighting going on than actual negotiation, good faith negotiation. I do think unions are important because I think one of the things that's been done in relatively recent history was making Michigan a right-to-work state and taking a lot of protections away from employees. And I do think that employers, whether they're a government body or a private employer or a public service employer, have obligations to their employees. And sometimes they lose sight of that. And that's where I think the benefit of the union comes in helping bring that balance for the employee.
Thank you.
My second question, of course, being a county commissioner takes a working knowledge of a lot of different entities within the county. Can you describe 3 of our county departments and what they do?
Actually, no. I mean, I could name some of your departments and your committees that you have, but what they do, I don't find, no, I can't, because I don't find it as transparent as they should be. I don't think the information's out there for the general public. I could take a guess at what I think they do, but no.
Thank you.
I will say, things like the Metropolitan Planning Board, finance, government operations, I know what those things in my mind should be doing. But no, I think unless you're on the committee, I don't know that many people do.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right. Do you feel, I'm sorry, gotta get this adjusted right with the new glass. How do you feel public safety affects our county, and how do you think we can improve that?
I'm sorry, what effects?
How do you think public safety affects our county, and how do you think we can improve that?
Well, I have my own views right now personally on the 911 board and how 911 operates. I do think that the commission, anything that's countywide, we have an obligation to make sure that the service is there for people. So from public safety, from fire, from police, from EMT services, it's not consistent across the county, but each community has what they want, as far as we know. But then the question for the county is, which ones do you provide, right? Which services does the county provide, and which ones should the county be providing versus local communities? In some places, it's a lot more narrow focus in terms of certain units do certain things. And I know they've done things in the past in terms of like ambulance service. You know, the good news is when I had an emergency a few years ago, that ambulance was there in a timely manner. That should be standard for anybody. But part of that public safety also includes, like, do you have the appropriate hospital space for people? Do you have the appropriate doctors coming in? I go out county for a lot of my medical work because I don't think we do enough to make sure we have good health care provisions here in the county. I think we have adequate. I don't think we have excellent. It would be great to see that the county started attracting more talent. And I think with that, you bring more people into the county as well. So I think public service is a critical point for any person, a critical aspect for any person. And with good public service, you're going to find that people come and businesses come because I think it attracts quality people. I think it's a basic need for people and they want it.
You pretty much answered two of my questions. So, can you give us an example of what you think you can do to attract people to this county?
Well, I think fundamentally, people want to know that you have a good infrastructure. That's government, that's roads, that's everything, right? And a climate that they want to be a part of. And part of that climate is, do they have the resources for employees? So I think education, again, becomes a critical thing. And from my own experience with the league, I can tell you very few schools do education on voting, for instance. So when we go out, just trying to get into high schools to talk about voting, some teachers and schools embrace us, and others embrace the stranger danger atmosphere, and they don't want anyone coming into their schools. Unless, of course, there's usually a millage. If there's a school millage, they're usually open to us coming in. But I think fundamentally, I think if we provide the right infrastructure, those basics, right? So you talk public safety, education, roads, those are all critical components of bringing people wanting to bring business to a community. But one of the biggest aspects that I hear from people who want to come into a community with a business is the infrastructure there to support their business, right? Who doesn't? You want to be successful. If the infrastructure is not there in every aspect that you need to be successful, then it's not an attractive place to open a business, unless you want to fail.
How do you think we can make Genesee County a more inviting place for all people?
Well, again, I think honestly, for all people, more inviting, I think you do a better job on civility. And I think that can start here. And it starts with every department that works within the county, that civility, so that people can literally hear each other, not just listen, but hear people. And I think that that's like the basis of people learning to get along well. And once you have an attractive environment for people, the other will come. It's like building a foundation for your house, right? If you don't have the structure there to begin with, the foundation, your house isn't going to last.
Third round, Commissioner Nolden,
Have anything?
Commissioner Winfrey.
Yes, Mr. Solf, what is your commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion in some of the organizations on which you have served?
Well, I can tell you, most recently, the 11 years I've been with the league, that's been a critical component, coming locally, statewide, and nationally, is looking at ourselves critically and making sure that everybody's included. Now, when I served on the state board, I will tell you, when National came forth, and this is going back a few years, and said that they were going to be embracing DEI and making it a component of our everyday work. And immediately, a majority on our state board at the time went to racial stuff. And they wanted to bring people of different races on the board because it was a pretty Caucasian board. Okay. But then I immediately said, but there's so much more to diversity. And then there's the equity and inclusion. Are you bringing people in because they want to be there, that they have something to bring to the board, that they have a contribution to make, that you're going to allow them to make? Or you're bringing them in for the first part of it? You know, to me, diversity is so much more than racism. Inclusion is so much more. If you bring somebody in to take a place because of the color of their skin or because they're in a wheelchair or whatever, and you want to look like, hey, look how woke we are you including them? Are you providing, say somebody's in a wheelchair, are you providing all the necessary resources? Are you providing ramps, elevators, accessible restrooms, all the things they need to be successful, right? And the equity I've lived with my whole life. Now, I told you I have 4 adult children. Each one of them, in my mind, had special needs. But my oldest one had emotional impairment. She was born with depression. She was born with it. They think that it was the forceps. But anyway, when she became a special needs student in school, I had to learn to become her advocate. I mean, as a parent, I advocate anyway. I've advocated my whole life. But I had to learn to become a school advocate. And that was when we were living in Livonia. And I must have done a good job because the principal shared my name with all the principals from the other schools. And I would get calls from strangers all the time. My child has been diagnosed with a special need. I need help navigating the system. And I became a special needs advocate on top of everything else. And my work through public administration in particular was centered around education and special needs children and meeting those needs. That's where the equitable comes in. And it takes a couple extra minutes, but I'll tell you a story real quick. When my youngest one, who has a hearing impairment, was in middle school, I had to have her recertified because she was okay in elementary school when we moved here, but going to middle school, 6 different teachers, changes of classrooms, the chaos of all that, she was losing things and she wasn't being successful. And I went to her IEP meeting in middle school, and they tried to start the meeting, and I'm like, wait a minute, where's my daughter? And they're like, well, we don't invite kids to the meetings. I said, today you do. Because how can she learn to become her own advocate if she's not in this room with us when we're making decisions? So it changed the scope. They hadn't even considered it. So I think that that's where the change comes in. It's not that I want to be radical, it's that I want to look at things and say, are we doing the best we can? Are we looking at this from all angles? To me, DEI is, are we looking at that from every angle? Are we making sure people are successful? I gave you a longer answer than you expected probably, but you probably could sense that's a little bit of passion of mine.
Thank you very much.
I'm good.
All right. My next question, what do you believe is the fundamental role of government?
To provide for the success of the public. That's it in a short answer. That's it in a short answer. All the various components that you do, that state government does, that local government does, that federal government does, fundamentally, it's all to provide for the success of the people. The people. Not the few, not the loudest voice, but the people. The best we can.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you could, this is on a more personal level, tell me about your life in the 5th District and why it is important for you to represent this district off of more like a life experience type of a thing.
So on a more personal level, to me, representing the people of the 5th District is really just bringing another voice to this board. It's not just the 5th District, it's the job of each one of us, right? Is to represent the people in the district. It's because the way this government is structured, we have various districts, so we have a narrower field of representation, and theory being that these are our peers for various reasons, right? Because we all live in a similar locale. So for me, a lot of it is countywide, because that's what I've done the last 11 years. I've advocated for people countywide. And what was the second part of your question?
Oh, that's pretty much just a little more. I just wanted a little, what I'm trying to get to with everyone in this question is, the fact is I have my reasons why I ran the 6th, because I love my district. I love my area. I love the cities in my area. And I just wanted to hear a little more about your life.
I love getting people involved in what's going on in their lives. So it's what I've done as a league, is to remind people that the reason I do, better yet, the reason I did league as long as I did and why I was so dedicated to the league. And I would tell people I got involved because everything we do in life, everything, comes down to how we vote and the decisions those people that we vote for are making on our behalf. Do we agree with them all? Nope. Not if we're thinking about them, we're not. Do we like them all? Maybe, maybe not. But we have the public has the power to change that by changing their vote. And so as a league person, my goal was to help educate people and give them opportunities. So each one of you, when you ran for office, got an opportunity to participate in Vote 411. You got a questionnaire that asked you for your personal basics, and you had the option of answering questions or not answering questions. And frankly, it's kind of a mix, but it's poor participation. It's very poor participation in Genesee County as a whole on Vote 411, despite the fact that I tried really hard to get people to participate. So my goal is to remind people, you have the power of these people. These people work for you. But if you don't pay attention to what they're doing and you vote for the name you recognize, because that's the easy thing to do, you're not serving yourself well.
Thank you.
Just to go back to an
Wait,
earlier
Skip.
statement, you have no plans to run in November?
No, not at this time, no.
That may change, though.
Well, who knows what this year's bringing us? At my age, the one thing I know is that I cannot predict the future. I didn't know that this seat was going to open up. I didn't know about this process, that was going to be used. I had no inside track on it. I saw the notice because I live in the district and I follow the news. And I thought, I tried this once before. And I had my reasons for doing it, which we've already discussed. And so honestly, for me, it's a really good way to dip my toes in, try and make a difference in the next year, and see what happens. But right now, I have no desire, no plans, no nothing. My husband's going to be retiring in 2 years. We have plans to travel. We like that. Sorry, Meredith?
Commissioner Davis.
Beyond Wednesday meetings, do you believe you have the time to dedicate to this job and properly serve your community?
Do I have the time? Yeah, because as I said, I left my league role in June, and I've spent time kind of healing and decompressing because it was a pretty intense role. And this just happened. And so for me, I look at this as sometimes the stars align in a manner. Fate says this is maybe a path you need to explore, and that's what I'm doing.
Thank you. Is there any other commissioner that didn't get to ask 3 questions? I have a final question. All right. Seeing none, Commissioner Shoemaker?
I was just going to ask for a restroom break, if possible.
Seeing none, thank you so much, Ms. Hoff, for presenting. We're going to ask you to return back to room 301 as we continue the process. And if there's no opposition, we'll take a 5-minute recess. All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Just to remind you that the process that we've adopted, we are going to give you 2 minutes to speak and introduce yourself and say whatever you would like, followed by 3 rounds of questions. We'll start with District 1 and work our way around through each commissioner to allow them to ask 1 question, then a round 2 and a 3rd round. Are you all set with that? Sure. All right, so your 2 minutes will start whenever you're ready, as soon as you begin speaking.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to come here today and introduce myself. My name is Terry Chambers. I've been a lifelong resident of Genesee County, as well as my father's family. I have children in two different school districts in the county, in both Grand Blanc and Goodrich, which are in the area that this seat would represent. I have a lot of background in the nonprofit sector. I had over 20 years of experience in the insurance industry, as well as several years in the funeral industry, which brings a lot of diversity to the table for me. This would be something totally new for me, other than sitting on the boards with the nonprofits. I currently hold the president position at Equine Escape in Goodrich, which is they are a nonprofit that does equine-assisted psychotherapy. We work with at-risk youth, special needs individuals, and veterans and first responders. So the police and veterans are near and dear to my heart. We keep the program free for them, so that is one of the things that I am very involved in, is the fundraising aspect with the nonprofit to keep them able to keep that program free for our veterans and first responders. I'm also on the board at the Eastern Michigan Hockey Association, and I work closely with Rico Phillips on the Flint Inner City Youth Hockey Program to keep children that would not otherwise be able to play hockey playing. I am compassionate about helping people, and that is one of the reasons that I decided to submit my application for this seat.
Thank you. We'll start with District 1, Commissioner Nolden.
Yes, could you tell me your party affiliation?
I have spent most of my life as an independent in the middle. The last few years, I have leaned more toward the right. But my views are generally somewhere in the center.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Hi, Ms. Chambers. If selected, what would you do to eradicate systemic racism throughout the county government apparatus?
I'm sorry, could you repeat?
If selected, what would you do to eradicate systemic racism throughout the county government apparatus?
There is, I feel like we still have a long way to go when it comes to racism. I grew up in a very diverse community. I've witnessed a lot of racism. One of the things with working with Rico Phillips, he was the recipient of the Willie O'Ree Community Award from the NHL. We take in a lot of Rico's hockey players. Racism is something that in the hockey community I have witnessed many times with our players. Being the team manager and my husband being the coach of most of these hockey teams that I've been involved with, these children become like my children. So it is something that deeply moves me when I witness it. It happens more often than people realize, especially when these kids they think nobody's listening. I know it comes from home. I think education is key. Educating people in the things that they do say and do. And I speak up. If I hear it, if I see it, I do speak up. And I report it when I need to, if it needs to be reported.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for coming in this morning. How would you get the message out of the services that we offer here at the county to your community?
I am a big advocate of getting the message of services out. Myself, my family utilizes the community mental health services through GHS. I have a special needs child. We have a wraparound team that works closely with our family, with the school. They are very helpful with resources. With Equine Escape, I work as an advocate with the parents, helping them find resources for their children, helping them navigate the school systems, the mental health systems, and things like that, because I've done it for years with my own family. I don't have a sociology degree, I don't have a social worker degree or anything like that, but I have learned a lot over the years navigating the systems on my own without that knowledge. I think social media is a key to getting services out there for people. It's one of the better aspects of social media. And I think there's many ways. I mean, there's different events and functions for people to understand what services are available to them. And I think it's very, very important for our community to know what services are offered out there for them.
Thank you.
My first question, what do you see as your vision for Genesee County for the next 10 years?
In the next 10 years, I would like to see growth in Genesee County. I would like to see I would really like to see us come together. The division over the last several years has really bothered me because that's not a background that I came from. Like I said, I grew up in Mount Morris Township. I went to Flint Hamady High School. My friends that I went to school with and I that are still very close and in contact have conversations about how when we were in school, we didn't experience the division. We didn't experience the things that we see and that we hear from others. So I think as an adult, at one point, I felt very naive to some of the things that actually do go on because I had a diverse group of friends and we were just that. We were friends. We were a family. So that's one of the biggest things in Genesee County over the next 10 years that I would really like to see happen is us to come back as a community. Because I remember when the city of Flint and people around the county, there was a lot of pride here. There still is a lot of pride here. There's still a lot of good people here. I would like to see the crime rates addressed, which I have been seeing happening, but I would like to see it happen further.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming in. I know it's nerve-wracking up there, I'm sure, can't imagine, but my first question for you is, I'm sure you're aware with the financial situation of our county and how it's been going on for so long in this negative direction. I wonder what efforts you would take to help us move out of this situation.
I think educating myself on the areas that are concerns would be key. And asking the questions, asking the hard questions. I've never been afraid to ask the hard questions. And there are places that need help financially. So I think, I think working together as a board and discussing things before things are done and being very transparent about it is one of the keys also to a better financial future for our county.
Hi. What drove you to apply for this role, and why do you think that out of the candidates you're the best fit for this to represent this district?
When I saw the seat open, I thought about it. I've been involved in the community heavily, both in Goodrich, Grand Blanc, and throughout the county with the things that I've been doing over the years. I do feel that we need more female representation. We also need a voice with the county I'm a parent. We need parents, we need people that can relate to the schools and the things that are going on. We are in a mental health crisis right now. We need people that can relate to the mental health crisis of not only our students, but our community individuals. It's been increasingly aware over the last year how deficient our mental health system really is. And not because of the mental health workers, it's the lack of resources, the lack of services, and it's the lack of knowledge for people even knowing what resources are available. And that's one of the things that I would really like to be involved in and see change.
Good morning. If you're appointed, what are your goals for this board to accomplish in 2022?
In 2022, I would just like to see the board come together and work together. I would like to see the community have more faith and trust in the board. I watch the board meetings. I've listened to some of the comments that are made. And I try to pay attention as much as I can to the community things that are going on. And I think that's the biggest thing for 2022 is to come together and not have everything be partisan and actually work for the constituents.
Thank you. Go to round two. Commissioner Nolden.
Nothing.
Commissioner Winfrey.
Yeah, what is the single most thing you'd like to accomplish if selected today as a county board member?
The single most thing I would like to accomplish is to provide a voice for the constituents that feel that they may not have a voice or may not have representation, which would be more of a female representation on the board.
Thank you.
Being the fact that our meetings are every Wednesday, and sometimes there's special meetings, or there's extra, if you're on a committee, there's extra meetings. Do you have conflicts to attend those meetings?
No, I work a very part-time job with a very flexible schedule. I only work 2 days a week during the day, but can be rearranged. I work while my kids are in school, basically.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So being a county commissioner, you have to deal with a lot of varying things that are happening across the county in our different departments and have a working knowledge of those things. Can you tell me 3 departments of our county and what they do? Any 3?
Well, one is community mental health, which I have been involved with, and they provide the mental health services to the community and the resources. The road commission, they maintain, build our roads and things like that. The drain commission takes care of our water supplies.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. How do you feel public safety affects our county? And what do you think we can do to improve that?
I think public safety has a big impact on our county. I do feel like we need more officers on the roads in some areas. I feel fortunate to be in Grand Blanc Township because I have utter faith in our police departments in both the Grand Blanc Township and the city. I know that there are other areas of the county that struggle with that, and especially the city of Flint. I feel like more officers is a key component. I feel like more training is a key component, both with the officers and the community. Having a special needs child with mental illness I have had a lot of dealings with the Grand Blanc Township Police Department with my son, and they are very well trained. When I need them, they come in. I would love to see every department trained like they are.
Thank you.
If selected, do you plan on running for another term?
Yes.
How do you think we can make Genesee County a more inviting place for all people?
I think we've been working on that for a long time. I see some changes, especially with like the downtown Flint area. I know we're a county, we're not just, Flint isn't just the focus, but Flint is our core. I think that would be a big place to start with the making the county more inviting. When I was involved with the Canusa Games, the kids that play in Canusa are countywide. They're not just Flint City kids, but it's called the Flint Canusa Games. The people from Canada, when the water crisis happened, they didn't want to hold the Canusa Games here the first year they were supposed to be back here because they were afraid of the water crisis and they just didn't understand. I think the committees for Canusa did a good job of explaining to them, you know, that this is countywide. We are not just Flint. And I think that's part of the more welcoming aspect is that we're not just Flint. We are a whole community. And the improvements in Flint are key.
Thank you. Round 3 of questions. District 1, Commissioner Nolden.
Nothing.
Commissioner Winfrey.
Ms. Chambers, you've already answered this question, but for the sake of consistency, I'm going to ask it anyway. What has been your commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion in some of the organizations on which you served?
As I said, I believe in, I think everybody should have an equal opportunity. And one of the biggest things, you know, that stands out in my mind with what I've been doing is the Inner City Flint Youth Hockey Program, because like I said, these children would never have an opportunity to play hockey. Between Rico Phillips' program and the Eastern Michigan Hockey Association, we provide those opportunities. We have seen phenomenal children come out of Rico's program and become some of the best hockey players in our association. They wouldn't have had that opportunity had we not been there, had somebody looked at the color of their skin, because one of the things that has been a common thing in the hockey world is that it's a white man's sport. It is not a white man's sport. It's everybody's sport.
Thank you.
I'm good.
All right. My third question is, what do you believe is the fundamental role of government?
The fundamental role of government is to work for the people and to represent their constituents.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is on a little lighter note. I would just like you to tell me about your life, what you love about your community, and why you want to be involved in your community. Just a little more in depth, just a little more. I guess I've been describing it off a little wrong for the past few candidates. Just something that, you know, you could explain about your community, why you're involved. You know, I'm always very passionate about mine, why I love it, where I live, what involves it. So if you could just give us a little insight into that.
Absolutely. I've resided in the Grand Blanc community for almost 20 years now. I love the Grand Blanc community, and it's not without its problems like every other community. I grew up in Mount Morris Township off of Clio and Pasadena. It's a whole different world where I grew up from where I live now. I still have family where I grew up. I still go to where I grew up. I know where I came from. That's one of the things I love about the Genesee County community is that there is pride here. There always has been. I see on social media when somebody starts knocking, you know, Flint and this and that, and there's all these people that come in and they're like, wait a minute, that's not all there is to Flint. And I think that's one of the things with me is that throughout my life, I have lived in different areas of the county. I have seen different aspects of it, and I've seen the good where there's good. My family has always been here. I don't have any plans to leave. My grandchildren are here. And there is a sense of pride being here.
What will be your top priority as commissioner?
My top priority as a commissioner would be to listen with an open mind to the things that the people that I represent are saying, and to research and follow up and study before making quick decisions on things, and to try my best to do what the people that I represent would want me to do and what's good for the people that I'm representing.
What are your feelings about unions?
I think unions have their place. There are, my dad was a union steward with the Teamsters. I think there are some situations where unions are a very good thing. I think there's a lot of things that would have never happened without unions. And I think they've done a lot of good. There are some things that I may not necessarily agree with, but I think overall, they do have their place in our society.
Thank you. Is there any commissioner that did not ask 3 questions that would like to ask a third and final question? All right, seeing none, thank you so much for coming out and spending the time to be with us. We're going to ask you to return to room 301 as we continue the process.
Thank you.
The next person is Mr. Joel Fike. Mr. Fike, thank you for joining us and putting your name into consideration for the appointment. To remind you of the process, you will have 2 minutes to speak and give whatever introduction you would like. Followed by that, we'll have 3 rounds of questions. Each commissioner will have the opportunity to ask a question. We'll go in order of districts, round by round. And then following that, we'll ask you to return back to the room. Do you have any questions about the procedure?
No.
All right, your 2 minutes will start whenever you're ready.
Good morning. My name's Joel Fike. I would be honored to sit on the Genesee County Board of Commissioners. Some of you may know me for my work in television news for 2 local broadcast operations. Much of that job required me to be a good listener. And so my transition to public office has been relatively easy for me. After news, I was hired by the Disability Network of Flint, where I still work, as the Community Engagement Coordinator. I also put in ramps for people that are less fortunate throughout our area, mainly in Flint. And I love that job. I consider myself an advocate for people with disabilities, and I would urge you to reach out to me if you know someone who needs the help of the Disability Network. When I ran for the Grand Blanc Township Board of Trustees, I was new to politics. I received 11,000 votes as a Republican and was elected over a year ago. By the way, we have the highest SEV in Genesee County, the best job growth. In the past year, we have reduced our unfunded liabilities by over $1 million. Our board in Grand Blanc Township is comprised of both Republicans and Democrats, but not once has a party label played a factor in how I would vote. I ask myself, is it in the best interest of the residents? Will they benefit? My priorities include a strong support for law enforcement, including organizations that combat elder abuse, supporting the Road Commission to replace our aging infrastructure, having a balanced budget while reducing unfunded liabilities, and perhaps lowering taxes. One area I think I could also help is with public relations and media. Look, you folks are doing a great job in many areas of the county, but few people really know about what you're doing down here. I know how the media works and how important social media is.
Time
I
is
would
up.
love to help with that.
Thank you.
I guess I got to stop.
We
So
will,
I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today and that you would be listening to me.
thank you. We'll start our questions with District 1.
Actually, you already answered it. I was going to ask, what was your party affiliation? And you already said Republican. So,
Yes.
thank you. That's it.
Hi, Joel.
Hello.
Joel, if selected, what would you do to eradicate systemic racism throughout the county government apparatus?
Well, I think everybody should be looked at on their own individual merit. I don't think I could really do much, quite frankly, to eliminate systemic racism. That comes from your heart. I've always been a person that has welcomed all races, all nationalities, all sexual orientations. I would do my best to eliminate that, but quite frankly, as a county commissioner, I don't know how you could really change what's in people's hearts.
Thank you.
Being the fact that you do sit on, or it's your job with the Disability Network, would you have, would that be any conflict of going out and representing your area or attending meetings on a regular basis?
No, I've already asked my boss about that. He wanted to be here today to be a cheering squad for me, but I said, you'd probably best that you didn't come. He said he would have no problem with that. I told him I would be out of the office, and I would like to do both jobs if selected. And I don't see a conflict, nor do I see a conflict with the fact that the county really doesn't do business with the Disability Network. It's, in other words, you don't supply money for us, so I don't think that would be a conflict at all.
Okay, all right, thank you.
My first question, what do you see as your vision for the county for the next 10 years?
10 years. Well, I think one thing that you need to look at seriously is unfunded liabilities for both health care and for pensions. I think you've got a problem here with that. I am aware, though, that it is not a problem unique to Genesee County. There's also a problem across the street, and there's a problem all across the state of Michigan, quite frankly, with this issue. So I think, one thing I'd like to do is live within our means here at Genesee County. I think that those liabilities, though, have to be addressed, and there should be a long-range problem as to how you would attack that. And it's like, I don't know how many hundreds of millions of dollars that problem is, but I look at it like a charge card, that you're looking at a charge card balance that is just staring you at the face every month. And so, like at home, if I have a big, charge card debt, we won't go on a vacation that year, you got to cut back. So that would be something I would be very concerned about. Obviously, it sounds like you're getting ready to go into another building. I think that makes sense that you would get out of this building. From what I've heard, I did stories back with Mark Young and others, that there's an asbestos problem that's here. You've got a space problem here. There's too much space. It's not a real efficient place to operate. I like the fact that you're consolidating. I'd like to hear more about this plan to move into this other building, and I'm a little concerned about the parking situation over there, but perhaps that's been addressed in meetings that I have not attended. I would like to really promote job growth in Genesee County and bringing more companies in. In Grand Blanc Township, it's a good time. We're bringing in a new corporate headquarters this month. We're expanding Baldwin Road. I would like to, bring more of that kind of vision, let's say, to Genesee County, to bring new businesses and new opportunities for growth and new good paying jobs to this county, and that should be a primary focus. The other thing I'd like to do is to try to keep the college graduates that we have here. We've got great college and institutions, Kettering, U of M, Mott, all of them, to try to keep those kids here. What are we doing to try to make this a better place for them? I have a 21-year-old son who's going to face this himself, who attends U of M Flint. So what are we doing to keep our students here? And what are we doing to clean up crime here? That would be a priority for me to make this less of a place where crime happens. I realize a lot of these things are obvious, you know. Everybody wants to lower crime, lower taxes, have better job growth. But I would, vote to try to make that happen.
Commissioner Shoemaker?
Well, first thing, thank you for coming in. And my question was on the financial hardship of the county, but you pretty much answered, I think, that question there. So I will defer to Commissioner Davis.
What drove you to apply to this role, and why do you think out of the candidates that you're the best to represent District 5?
Well, what drove me to do this? Well, at the last minute, had a change of heart. I was thinking about not doing it, and then I even told Dom I wasn't going to do this. But I talked to Sean, and he explained what the situation was, and I thought I would put my name in. I have liked the whole political process that I've become, the world of politics in Grand Blanc Township, and I thought I could, help down here. It's a little bit different, obviously, but it's still, respecting the constituents, trying to help people, and I thought I could do that on a larger scale here. What was your second question?
Why do you think out of the candidates you're best to represent District 5?
All right, well, let's look at District 5. It's City of Grand Blanc, Township of Grand Blanc, Burton, and Mundy Township. Is that accurate?
Goodrich and Atlas.
Atlas. Can't forget about Atlas. Sorry, Shirley. Well, I'm currently elected in Grand Blanc Township, and I think I could, with my contacts, help the district. I knew Mark. We all know Mark. I think Mark did some great work, but I'd like to continue some of that. I know he helped, for instance, on the Grand Blanc extension, the Dort Highway extension, a lot through the years, a project that never seems to end. I think we need to have more of that. I just think, given my contacts, given my media background, given the fact that I work with people well, that I'm the best candidate for this job.
Commissioner Pepin?
Good morning. If appointed, what are your goals for this board to accomplish in 2022?
This year? Well, I think you got to look at that building situation. And I don't know whether that's a done deal or not, but I'd have some questions about that whole process and how much money you would save and the parking. That's just a question that I'd have. But I think you need to get that taken care of as soon as you can. I think you've obviously got a new leader in Dom, so would have to work together. While my name has a Republican, an R attached to it, I don't look at party labels quite like that. I would think working together, both sides, to try to do what's best for Genesee County. I know that sounds like a cliche, but I really believe that. Are we thinking about real people? And listening to their concerns. Sometimes you might have people coming to the podium that you disagree with, but at least giving them respect and telling them that you honor the fact that they feel strongly about what they believe in. What other things for Genesee County would I like to do? Let me think about that. I think what I've said so far, just to continue to have job growth if you can, work with the city. Don't be, there shouldn't be this dividing line here between the county and the city. I think we all got to work together in this county to make this thing work, parties and, jurisdictions. That would be, I think, my strongest point. Working together to try to move the county forward.
We will move on to the second round. District 1, Commissioner Nolden. Okay. District 2.
Yeah, and I'll call you Joel rather than Mr. Fike because
yes, please.
I've always known you as Joel. What is the single most thing you would like to accomplish if selected as a county commissioner?
Well, I'd like to get people to come together more. I know that sounds very, Pollyanna-ish, but I think for too long in this county, there has been this party against party, people against people, black against white, city against county. I'm not for any of that. Like I said before, I think we need to, if I could somehow be a facilitator so that to reach across party lines, to reach across political lines, whatever, city lines, and work together and know that we're all in this together. Again, a cliche, but that would be one of my biggest things that I'd like to accomplish. That I would, not vote a certain way because this party says this and this part. No. What about the people and how would they benefit? That's what I'd like to do.
Okay, I'm going to call you Joel, too. Anyway, what's your stance on union workers, being the fact that most of our workers here at the county are union, and we're always like negotiating contracts, and being the fact a new building, what's your stance on hiring like workers that are union workers here in Genesee County to do that, even though it may be more costly?
Right. I'm all for the unions. I would work with them and support them, knowing, though, that we've got a unfunded liability situation that we would have to address, and that people might have to not be, have the same opportunity that they had in the past. My opinion on that unfunded liability is that you first do no harm. And so that might be a concern to the unions, but I'd want to talk to them about it. But I think, look, the unions predate me, and they have contracts that I would certainly honor. I would be more than happy to sit at any table with any union and talk about, future contracts, but show them the bottom line of this county, and the financial problems that maybe haven't been discussed publicly, but that you all know exist. So I would be willing to talk to anybody, though, regarding unions.
Okay, thank you.
My next question, of course, being a county commissioner, you'll need a working knowledge of several departments and entities throughout county government. Can you name just 3 of our county departments and what they do? Any 3 of your choice.
Well, there is the Office of the Prosecutor, run by Mr. Layton, who I consider a friend. Actually, I consider many of you my friends, but that shouldn't matter. And so you want to know what the Office of the Prosecutor does? Mm-hmm. Upholds the law, asks, decides on cases whether or not this was legal or not legal, and if it's illegal, the price that they would have to pay, what kind of fines or jail time that person would face. Really, to uphold the law is what they're for. Now, then there's the Sheriff's Department, and they're out there looking for the bad guys, in a nutshell. And I'm very proud of both our, prosecutor and our sheriff. I think they're doing a great job. Part of the office of the sheriff is the jail, and to maintain the jail, and to treat the prisoners fairly, while at the same time knowing they're in jail for a reason. You said 3 departments. There's the Department of Public Health. Certainly with COVID, we've seen that department rise to the forefront of public attention and public information. I think a strong health department is important. Getting good information from the health department that is fair for all is important. There's 3.
There's 3. Thank you. Mr. Shoemaker.
Okay, thank you. How do you feel public safety affects our county, and how do you think we can improve that?
Improve them?
Yeah, improve that, public safety.
Well, that's a tough question. How do I think they're important was the first part. It's a priority of mine, public safety. I do believe that if you have committed a crime, that you should pay your time or you serve your time. We have to do a better job, I think, of fighting crime. I saw recently that for instance, the city of Flint faced the highest murder rate in its history just this past year, which is surprising to me. We have to figure that out. I don't have a background in public safety, but I think having good people in those jobs to fight the crime is important. and that making it a priority isn't important. So that would be one thing I would say. And then as far as how that could expand, you know, we've got a tight budget. I don't know what your budget is here, and I don't know after the ARPA money is finished. You know, it's kind of a good time for jurisdictions right now with all this ARPA money. But after that goes away, then what? You know, then this reality. I don't know how much of that ARPA money could be used to help fight crime, but it would be a priority for me to address this. But I'm all for the punishment as well. I don't think people should, you know, do a crime and then get out of jail scot-free. We can't be slapping people on the wrist for serious crimes. And so I would be wanting to make sure that we punish people appropriately and that we're not just turning them around and setting them free. I don't know if that answered your question, Sean.
Thank you.
I did the best I could.
Nope, thank you.
What are your future plans? Do you plan on running for another term?
Well, I think that's a fair question, Meredith. If appointed to this position, I think my plan would be to sit in this office and to determine, is this something I want to do? Do I like this? So I haven't really thought about running in the fall. It's out there. I haven't, let me put it this way, I have thought about it, but I haven't made a final decision as to whether I would run or not. I kind of thought I wanted to get my feet wet in here with this appointment and then see, wow, do I like this group? Is this something I can help with or not? As you know, redistricting has changed everything so that while this current district is Atlas Township, Grand Blanc Township, Mundy, the new district, for me where I live, would be much different than that. I would have to run against Dom, somebody who I really respect, and that would be hard for me. But I would want to see exactly, you know, what that district is and whether or not I would have a prayer in that district. It would be Flint Township, Mundy Township, and just 4 precincts where I live in Grand Blanc Township. So it would be a tough uphill battle. So I haven't thought about that. I thought about it, but I haven't decided whether I would rerun for the position that I'm appointed to.
How do you think we can make Genesee County a more inviting place for all people?
Well, one of the ways, I think, is to explain to people all the pluses that we've got going on here. As I mentioned in my, statement, we don't do a very good job, it seems like, of telling our story. And I think we could do a better job of explaining to not only this community, but also the state and the nation, some of the great things that are going on in Genesee County. We need to toot our own horn a little bit, do better with the media. I saw, some of that. I think you could be more helpful and through news releases or just letting people know about what you got going on. That would be one of my big priorities. Explaining through social media and through free media the good story of what's going on in Genesee County. Because I remember, in the media, they're itching for information. They've got huge hours to fill. And you got the right hook and an angle on a story. They'll do good news every now and then, and making their job a little less difficult to tell our story. Something that I think we should have a priority in.
Thank you. And our final round, we'll go back to District 1, District 2, Commissioner Winfrey.
Yeah, Joe, what has been your commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion in some of the jobs or organizations in which you served?
Well, again, I think, Charles, that it comes from the heart. We had a situation in the Disability Network where we had no African American people on our leadership team, and I pushed and, verbally to include a woman who was fantastic in that leadership team. I also thought that on our big board for the Disability Network board that we didn't do enough in that regard, and I again suggested strongly that we include people of color in that position. So we, it's kind of behind the scenes type stuff, though. So, I don't know that publicly you probably saw all that. I also, and I know this sounds, I'll be honest, this is what I did. When I went out doing man on the street interviews, I made it a point to find people of color to include in my story so that it wasn't just, white men that are responding to the explosion or whatever just happened. And I think that has had some, it's just my perception, impact on the way I'm treated in the African American community. I've always been treated with respect and always with welcome, open arms. And so I can only talk about, like I said before, what's in my heart.
Thank you.
I'm good.
My final question, what do you believe is the fundamental role of government?
I think it's to help people. I think so much of government happens, and most people, they have no idea what goes on down here or what y'all spend money on. I think if we can have an open door policy of just helping people that need help, no matter what it is, and to always focus on them as opposed to our inner workings and our political battles and our stuff. I think it's, one of the reasons I like putting in these ramps, I'm putting in a ramp tomorrow, is that I get to go to people's homes and I get to help somebody. I love that. And I see the little old lady, who can't get down her steps with her wheelchair, and I help her out, or a little old man. I've got a guy in Flint who lives by himself in a house that's the only house on the block in the north end of Flint. And I just say to myself, there but for the God's graces go me, he has no legs beyond the knees. So he is in a wheelchair, said he was sitting in his kitchen in the wheelchair, and suddenly a bullet flew through the window, and he said he didn't know what happened, and then the next thing you know, he's moving the wheelchair, and the bullet falls onto the ground. It was in his lap. And I'm thinking, God, if I can help you in some way, sir. And I tend to hit it off with some of these people. They might remember me from news, and they're, like, hey, I remember you, and so that helps. But I like that. That's what I like the most of all of my jobs, is actually getting to go to somebody's house and help them out. And that's what I'm all about. And I think that's what, we should be all about as politicians, just helping people in any way that government can.
Commissioner Shoemaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I've told all the other past candidates, thank you for coming. I'm sure it's a little nerve-wracking up there. I can only imagine. My last questions for everyone is a little more close to home. I want a little more of a personal feel from this of why you think you're the right person for, not just the right person for the 5th District, but what made you want to become involved with the 5th District and your community, and a little more about who you are and where you're from over there.
Right. Who I am, that could take a while. I was born in Toledo, and I love Toledo, graduated from University of Toledo like David did in the law school. And then I worked for a television station in Toledo. The checks bounced, so I said, I can't work here anymore. I was at a party with Carolyn Wallace, who used to be a reporter. She said, come to Flint. And I interviewed at Channel 12. They hired me. I worked there for 27 years. We were owned by Disney. They sold the company. The new owners fired me, along with 40 people. Mm-hmm. It was traumatic, but probably the best thing that ever happened to me, kind of, set me down a peg. Then I applied to 25 and 66, and I worked there for 7 years and loved it. All I knew was television news. I think in retrospect, I probably should have gotten out of news long before, but I loved working there. They offered me another contract, but I said, no, I would rather not work in news anymore. I want to do something else. And I met up with this Luke Zelli, who runs the Disability Network, who's a fantastic guy, as is his father, who started the Disability Network, Mike Zelli. And I thought, God, I got to work for this guy. And they kind of created a job for me and let me do my thing. Now I'm doing stories for the Disability Network, and they're on, the social media. And but I also got into politics, and I love that. So that's kind of where I am right now. I'm working for Grand Blanc Township, and if this doesn't happen for me, this job, I'm realistic. That's not the end of my world. I still love my township board, and I always will, and the good work that we're doing there. I like working with the board and the whole give and take. And I just like to, do that on a larger scale, do that for more people. Saw the opportunity, knew about Mark, and thought I could, help out in some way.
Thank you.
That answered all my questions, so thank you.
Commissioner Peppin.
I'll ask this one. You kind of answered it, but what have you enjoyed the most about being on Grand Blanc Township Board?
Well, I like working with the board members. That is one thing that I've really liked. We have a administrator run our township who does a very good job, and working with him as well, trying to get things changed in the township through him and then through the board. Again, this is a great time for us, as far as economically. But that's what I've loved. We all get along, which is wonderful. I just like working on a board and seeing stuff accomplished, seeing things accomplished, the give and take that's involved with all that. And I enjoy it, listening to the public needs and trying to help them. We've got sewer projects and water projects that aren't very sexy to talk about. But we're, looking at those and can we afford it? Okay, well, let's proceed. And who knew that I would like politics at this age of my life? But I do, so far. I haven't really had a lot of people throwing darts at me, but I realized in news that if you can't handle that, don't get into that, because that's going to be part of that job. You're going to have people not like you. And so I enjoy it. That's all I can say.
Thank you, and thank you again so much for putting your name in. And now we're going to ask you to return back to room 301 as we finish the process.
Mr. Chair, could we take a 5-minute break, please?
This time we'll take a 5-minute recess.
One earlier.
We've
just
got
really
one
lightly.
final candidate. That is James Avery. If you could grab him, please.
Sorry, I'm just trying to make it through.
So Avery, thank you for being here and for signing up, putting your name in for the consideration for this position. As a reminder for the process, you will have 2 minutes to introduce yourself and speak on whatever you'd like, followed by a period of questions. Each commissioner will be allowed to ask up to 3 questions. We're doing that in a round-robin fashion, starting with the first district. After every commissioner asks their first question, we'll go around that same order for the second and third. Do you have any questions about the process?
Nope, just before we begin, I'm representing the real James Avery. Just wanted to make that point clear. Thank you.
And
All
you
right.
can take your mask off.
Okay,
while you
thank
walk.
you. Okay.
Your 2 minutes to speak will begin whenever you are ready.
Yes. Well, welcome and thank you, Board Commissioners. I'm very honored to have this opportunity. One thing I'd like to just about myself, my goal is to be able to bring my background to this board seat and table. My background in education, business, and government. I think and I'm a very strong advocate that in this position you should have an interaction with youth. I think it's very important for youth to see governance, see it in the appropriate way, get them acclimated to those types of processes. So I'm a very big advocate of that. I'm a former teacher of the Flint schools. I worked as an administrator, and I also have worked on a board of education level. I think that also it's important for me to add my current professional position is the Director of Education and Talent, the Flint Genesee Education and Talent Division. And there I oversee the Teen Quest program that caters to all students in Genesee County, employability skills. I also oversee the Summer Youth Initiative program, who gives students an opportunity for jobs and learning how to apply those skills. And I also oversee the Flint Promise Scholarship, which solely is for Flint students that attend Flint high schools. And I'm proud to say that we have Flint students at Kettering that are getting ready to graduate in a sense where they would not have been able to attend there financially if that was the case. Just adding on to my business, my family's been in a small business for 40 years here in the community in different capacities. I'm affiliated with several nonprofits and for-profits in the area. I've developed partnerships with those agencies. And in government, I've been on the school board for over 11 years, or nearly 11 years. In those capacities, I worked at the county level, the state level, and I worked with the national, where I've spoken with senators and representatives on the Hill in Washington, D.C. And I would like to bring those aspects here to this table. And my mission here is not to create angles, but to build bridges. Thank you, and I yield my time.
Thank you. I'm going to start with questions from District 1.
I just have one question. What is your party affiliation?
Democratic.
Yeah, James, if selected, what would you do to eradicate systemic racism throughout the Genesee County government apparatus?
I think it's very important to bring awareness. I've been asked that question quite a bit, and I think the first mistake made is when you use the word change. When you use the word change, it brings fear, it brings a fright. But if you use the word awareness, it brings the opportunity for listening. It brings the opportunity to being able to have tutelage about cultures of differences. There is no one side more than the other, but I think that it has to be a dialogue. It has to be a dialogue that people will be receptive. You may not agree, and you should be able to agree not to disagree. But I think you have to create that forum where all our areas should be able to have a common civil conversation and learn about others. And I think that that will be a initiator of creating an avenue for having dialogue about racism, because it does exist.
Thank you.
I've asked this to all the other candidates that's here. One thing, are you a team player, and how would you help your community of getting the information out to your community that, Genesee County offers so many things for their residents? How would you do that?
Well, I am a team player. I stand by that. My professional, my family life. I think it's important to be able to be a team player, to be receptive to not only disseminating your own intellect, but also to receive from others. And I really will look forward to the opportunity to spread out the resources that are available with Genesee County to my constituents in Grand Blanc. Not to say that that's going to be limited to where I would serve, but that's my primary focus because that's where I reside, and I've been residing here for 47 years. And so I look forward to that opportunity, Commissioner Ellenberg. I think it's just, this is a position where I think at this stage in my life, I'm able to share not only my personal background, but also my learnings that I will have and hopefully be able to have gleaned from my board team here and be able to utilize those learnings and disseminate it to my community.
My first question, what is your vision for Genesee County for the next 10 years?
Economic vitality for the whole county. I think it's been mentioned before, there's a lot of understanding that Flint is a hub of this community. My work and my professional life has solely been dedicated to the city of Flint. But my school board and my other aspects that I work in, it's been for my community that I reside in. But I think it's important to understand that each district has resources and has strategies and have successes that should be shared throughout the county so that you have an elevation of all districts, not just having your own, and I don't want to put it in this way, but not your own siloed success, but be able to share how that was developed and be able to make sure that every district has that opportunity to be elevated so that we can have economic vitality throughout the whole county.
Thank you. Commissioner Shoemaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming in. I'm sure it's nerve-wracking up there a little bit.
I'm used to being in a hot seat.
And
here.
next time, all of you guys being in there, we'll get you a Scrabble set or something like that. So it's going to be this long. As I'm sure you're aware, we face a lot of financial long-term debts down at this county, or hardships, as you want to put it. I was wondering, what efforts would you take to try to help us resolve those issues?
Well, Commissioner Shoemaker, I think the first thing is to make sure whatever is being funded, the effectiveness of it, the vitality of it, and making sure that funding is being placed in a space that's going to be advantageous for the growth of the community. I know many times, even in my own capacity now, you may spend in a certain area, but it's not advantageous for the whole good. And so what I would bring is strategy, research, and having intellectual decisions and being able to work as a team to have those resolves.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hi.
What drove you to apply for this role, and why do you think you're best able to represent District 5?
Well, I don't know if it drove me. I never really had it on my radar initially. But after serving 10 years as a school board member, I consider myself accomplished a boot camp of government. And I don't mean that to make a mockery of it, but in that space, you're showing if you're dedicated or committed to your craft. No pay. Out of 11 years, I've missed 2 meetings, so I'm committed. And I just think it's, this is a course that I have, and I'm hoping that someone who comes in my place, if that be the play today or accordingly, that person would also follow that lead. Be a person of team, be a person of community. And so now I find myself in a space where I want to be able to spread my wings of what I've developed in the school board setting. I have very great relationships with municipalities in the district. I work very well with our chiefs, city and township police, and our sheriff, which I want to just have a side note. I'm very proud that myself and Sheriff Swanson were 2 of the Distinguished Alumni Award winners of Grand Blanc High School. So I think those things that I just want to carry and be able to use as a trustworthy person in my community.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
If appointed, what are your goals for this board to accomplish in 2022?
Collaboration, being able to have shared interests. I'm going to be honest, in this climate, civility of structure, order, and being able to have an end result of resolve. I think it's vital that when you're in this capacity, you should have a resolve, whether it's a disagreement or not. You should be able to come to a conclusion, and so that our constituents know that work is being done here. And so my goal is to bring my experience of how we've been an effective school board in Grand Blanc pre-pandemic, because I don't think you can get anything right in the pandemic. But before that, we had great order, great strategy. I'm a part of several strategic planning committees. And so I'd like to bring that experience here to this table and be able to share my learnings.
Round 2 of questions, Commissioner Nolden.
James, what's the single most thing you'd like to accomplish if selected as a county commissioner?
Is that personal or as a board?
As a county commissioner, right?
Okay. I want my constituents primarily to know that I'm there to work for them. I'm under servant leadership. I think that's a lost art. That's the way I've carried myself. That's the way I've come from a very hard work ethic family. And so I want my constituents to know that I'm there for them. I'm going to be utilized in the capacities that have been set forth with me. And to carry over, Commissioner Winfrey, is to make sure that I'm sharing those experiences with the board. I still believe that if you use a siloed approach in this capacity, it doesn't do any good for the county. You may have someone at an advantage, but then you're going to have someone that's bottomed out. I don't think that's right. I think that those learnings and those sharings should be among all districts, and that you should have that growth as a whole. So that's what I look forward to.
Do you have any conflicts? I know that you have some affiliation with the Genesee Regional Chamber.
Mm-hmm.
So would that be a conflict with anything that pertaining to here, since we do give them, some cash, some funding?
Right. In my capacity, Commissioner Ellenberry, I work with the education side, but I am under the mothership of the Flint Genesee Group. If there is an occurrence, which I still have on the school board, I have conflicts, I would immediately recuse myself from anything that would be a conflict of interest. But I will be able to share my knowledge, if that's something that's been requested, of maybe the Convention Visitors Bureau. I think that's one piece. That's another division, but I am aware of some of the works around it. So I would utilize myself as a tool of information, but I would definitely not put myself in a position where it would be a conflict of interest.
Great, thank you.
My next question. So being a county commissioner, you need a working knowledge of all of county operations and the several departments that we have. Can you name and explain the duties of any 3 of our county departments?
I'd start off county clerk, being that over, licensing, voting, strategies of voting, oversight of voting, drain commission, wastewater management. I'm familiar with that department, and the old famous health department. I think that's one where it's been very exposed lately, but I know that their aim is to have a guidance for the county as far as any type of warnings of disease or oversight of health that can be shared out without the local communities.
Thank you. Commissioner Shoemaker.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Chair. Okay, my next question is, how do you feel public safety affects our community, and how do you think we can improve that?
Relationship building. I think everything's relational. I work in a space where I've actually connected our public safety with organizations, with students, and to make sure there's a relationship there. I'm thankful that Genesee County is not on that list of areas where you have that divide, that tension, that strife, and there's a lot of injustice that goes on. But my aim is to make sure that the relationship is there, that these are our protectors and not our adversary. I think many times in different communities, they're looked at as the enemy versus the friend. And so I think that having dialogue, making sure that you have connectivity and relationship building will aid to that being sufficed.
Thank you.
So beyond Wednesday meetings, do you think you have the time to properly dedicate to serve your community? I know you have a lot going on.
If my CEO is not listening, I make my own schedule. But I do. I have time. I'm fortunate, and that actually leads to the question you had before. I have availability. I thought that was a very important piece for me because one thing I don't want to do is be a disservice to the seat. You have to have time. You have to have dedication. You have to have commitment. And if you can't have that, I don't want you representing my area. And so that's why I feel confident that I'm able to do that and be able to be productive and effective in this chair.
Thank you.
How do you think we can make Genesee County a more inviting place for all people?
I go back to our strengths. I think each district has a strength, whether it be welcoming, whether it be activity. I think there's a place for every district to be able to bring that strength and as a whole be welcoming to outsiders to this community. I'm a very big advocate of Genesee, welcome back Genesee County. We really strive to preserve our students who have taken advantage of our schooling to be able to stay here. It's a hard task, but I think you have to start there. You have to start with your youth and have them in an inviting area where they don't want to leave. Now, no one's going to tell a student not to, but we have a lot of talent here in the Flint area, and I think it's important for us to be able to capture that and to be able to utilize that for future economic development and having stability here in the county.
Thank you.
One last time, a third round of questions. Commissioner Nolden.
Yeah, James, what has been your commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion in the organizations on which you have served?
Thank you. That's a great question. I think, again, and this is where I come into play with this, is awareness. I think anything you try to ram down anyone's throat, you're going to have resistance. But if you bring it to the plate where it's an opportunity to learn, a teachable moment, being receptive to each other's differences or feelings, I think that's where you have to start for anything of diversity, equity, and inclusion. And it's unfortunate that's been taken way out of the spectrum of what it's for. What it's for is to make sure every individual, whether they're physically challenged, their economic, their socioeconomics, that should all come into play to say that this particular person has an opportunity for success. You don't give them success, but you give them the opportunity for it. And I think, unfortunately, it's been taken out of context, and now it's been used as a sense of it's a bad thing to have diversity, equity, and inclusion. It's not bad at all, but you have to utilize it in a way that everyone plays a part in it so that it's a whole effort instead of just a faction of work.
Thank you.
I'm good.
My final question, what do you believe is the fundamental role of government?
Serving your people, listening to your constituents, and being able to have resolve. I don't think that we'll have an answer for every category, but your constituents need to know that you're putting a full effort into making sure that their concerns are being met, that you're listening, and that you're doing whatever you can to resolve those matters. So governance plays a part. It's like a three-head. You have the government, you have residents, you have business. I think that in governments, you have the opportunity to bridge so many entities. It's unfortunate there's a lot of distrust in government now. And so I would hope that we would be able to be a catalyst of being able to bring back good governance, being trustworthy, and looking out for all of our community members.
Thank you. Commissioner Shoemaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My last question that I've asked everyone is more on I call it close to home type level. One, I'd like you to tell us about your life in the 5th District and why you think you are the right fit for it. I give an example of I can always tell people in my district why I love my district, why I think it is such a wonderful district, and I believe it's the best place to live in Genesee County. Can you give me an idea why and what a little bit about yourself and what it is, a little more detail? Because on here I get your resume.
Yeah, that's not telling my story.
Nothing else. So thank you.
Thank you. So 1975, my family moved to Grand Blanc, 8 years out of civil rights, 8 years out of very tense race wars. I experienced what probably no child should experience. I don't go and make a story up. I don't go and talk about what someone else said, but I know for myself what I experienced. Our family was threatened. We had cross burnings in the yard. I was called N-word. I was spit on by older teenagers. And so I very easily could have derailed and been a racist. You know, black people can be racist too. And so I could have very easily. But what I did, my parents taught me, you don't give up, you don't give in. I mean, now I won't say that there were some times when we didn't use guns, we used hands. There were times that was necessary. But in the end, Commissioner Shoemaker, I grew in a community where I saw it develop from being in that sense to where it was receptive and to it was a place where it was inviting for all. I love the community because of the growth. If it had not grown, I would not have been there. I've been there 47 years. I have relationships across the aisle. I don't get into who's a Democrat, Republican. I get into being who I am as a good person and being relational. And so I love my community because I see the growth. Our aim is to make sure that, especially with our youth, that they all have opportunity for success, and to just see the corroboration of all of our residents coming together to make that a vibrant area. And so that's why I love it. I haven't left. My kids, I have 3 adult children. They left. One went to Georgia, the other to Virginia, and then we just dropped our daughter off in Los Angeles. I wanted them to stay, but I had to be honest with myself, is it inviting? They all went to college and they went away. And it hurts because that's my job, is to keep our youth here. So in Grand Blanc, I love the opportunity. You have a lot of diversity. In our high school, we have 19 different nationalities, one of the largest in the state. And so we still bring all that together, and it brings that community. When you read Grand Blanc Community School, it means community. Again, during the pandemic, it may not be a rhyme or reason because there's a lot of differences, but I love the community aspect of where I live.
Thank you.
Do you plan on running for another term?
Yes, as a commissioner, yes.
What have you enjoyed the most about being on the Grand Blanc School Board?
Being able to serve our youth. I think, again, it's important that we don't lose the connectivity with our youth. I love seeing youth involved with governance. I actually work with and help discover along with other county officials and I won't say this but one time, the MSU extension, we brought together a youth commission where I've helped assign a youth to every district here. And so that's what my work entails even on the school board. I love to bring opportunity. I love for our students to come back and give success stories once they've left school. And so my most rewarding piece, Commissioner Pepin, is the fact that I see the awards and the rewards of students and the outcomes that they have. That's what brings me joy of being a school board member.
That concludes all of our questions. Thank you so much for being here and putting your name into consideration. We'll ask you to return to room 301 at this time.
Thank you all for the opportunity.
So that concludes all of the interviews and questions for the candidates for commissioner for the 5th District. At this time, we can go into a period of deliberation.
Are we ready to start the vote?
Are you calling for a vote?
Yes.
There's a motion to call for a vote. Is there a second?
Support.
All those in favor of going into a period of voting will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
The motion is adopted. We'll move into voting. We'll give the candidate a second to come back into the room, and then we'll head into voting. At this time, discussion is closed unless it is a procedural question.
For clarification to the prosecutor, being the fact there's only 6 of us here. 7. So, forget you're up there. Anyway, 7, so what, will it be 4 votes that have to be, or is it 5?
It's 5. Even though the appointment policy speaks about a majority present, that's overridden by state statute, which requires an appointment for this board to have a majority vote of those.
Of the full board?
Of the full board, that's
Okay.
correct.
All right, I just wanted clarification on that.
5
All right, thank you.
votes.
Or we just call out the person's name who we're Going to support.
So you will call out the name of the person who you're supporting. The clerk will read the roll, but there's one more procedural question from Commissioner Shoemaker.
I have so many procedural questions, but I don't think we're going to get to them today. One, I still don't think this is fair to anyone here, and I apologize to those who applied because I don't think you're given a fair shake in the process. My next question is, what do we do? Does it just continue to vote if we can't come up with a majority until somebody caves, or what's the process there?
I'll defer that to our corporate counsel.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, through you to Commissioner Shoemaker, I think that's covered in the, I thought I saw it, it's in the appointment policy, paragraph 5. I don't know if you have that in front of you. If not, I'm happy to read it to you. A roll call will be taken in which each commissioner of this board may state their vote by name. If there are more than 2 applicants and no applicant receives a majority, the 2 applicants receiving the most votes will proceed to a second roll call vote. A roll call vote will be taken up to 3 additional times. If no applicants receive a majority vote, the selection process will be postponed 30 days and restart. That part of the appointments policy is superseded, however, by state statute, which requires you to appoint somebody within 30 days of the vacancy. And as you know, the vacancy occurred as of the 1st of the year, midnight, the 31st of 2021.
Commissioner Shoemaker.
And if I understand it correctly, if that does not have to happen, then it goes to a vote of the people and the district after 30 days.
If no one is appointed within the 30-day period, then a special election would have to be set.
Commissioner Shoemaker.
Could we continue, let's say we didn't reach something today, could we bring this back up at the next board meeting to vote on to appoint someone?
That would be the prerogative of the majority of this board.
Okay, thank
But you have to do it within 30 days by state statute.
Thank you.
Thank you. This time we'll move into voting. I'll ask a roll to be taken.
Nolden,
James Avery.
Winfrey,
James Avery,
Ellenberg,
Linda Hoff.
Clemens,
James Avery.
Shoemaker,
Hoff.
Davis,
Hoff.
Pepin,
James Avery.
There was 4 votes for James Avery, 3 votes for Linda Hoff. No candidate received the needed 5 votes. We'll move into a second round of voting with the 2 main candidates, James Avery and Ms. Hoff, Linda Hoff. We'll do a roll call vote, starting with the 2nd district.
Winfrey,
James Avery,
Ellenberg,
Hoff.
Clemens,
James Avery.
Shoemaker,
Hoff.
Davis,
Hoff.
Pepin,
James Avery.
Nolden,
James Avery.
There was no candidate that prevailed in that vote. We'll move into an additional round of voting, starting with the 3rd district.
Ellenberg,
Linda Hoff.
Clemens,
James Avery.
Shoemaker,
Hoff.
Davis,
Hoff.
Pepin,
Avery.
Nolden,
Avery.
Winfrey,
Avery,
No candidate has prevailed in that round. We have another round of voting. I believe 2 more rounds, starting with the 4th district.
Clemens,
Avery.
Shoemaker,
Hoff.
Davis,
Hoff.
Pepin,
Avery.
Nolden,
Avery.
Winfrey,
Avery,
Ellenberg,
Hoff.
No candidate has prevailed. We'll move into a final round of voting, starting with the 6th district.
Hoff.
Shoemaker,
Hoff.
Davis,
Hoff.
Pepin,
Avery.
Nolden,
Avery.
Winfrey,
Avery,
Ellenberg,
Hoff.
Clemens,
Avery. No candidate has prevailed. That'll conclude our voting on the candidate this time. What is the pleasure of the board for moving forward with this process?
Make a motion.
I move that we postpone the process until our meeting on the 12th of January.
There's
Support.
been a motion and a support. Sorry, what was the date that you stated?
January 12th.
12th. Commissioner Shoemaker.
Wouldn't it be prevalent to actually have this meeting on a full board meeting instead of a subcommittee day?
Well, we can make it a full board meeting.
Yeah.
Well, we
make it
can,
more.
but
Be here on that meeting.
I think that's the plan, Ellen.
Oh,
You won't be here though, right?
Yeah,
I won't be here at the next board meeting.
that's what I'm saying. So I think the one
On
on
the
I'll be here on the
19th.
Yeah,
She'll
right.
be on the 12th.
I'll be here on the
Oh,
12th.
you'll be here on the 12th?
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to make sure.
So would we like-
Can I ask another question, Mr. Chair? I'm sorry to interrupt. Do we know if our fellow chair will be here, or no, our fellow commissioner will be here on the 12th?
I am unaware. I don't know what her schedule is.
Yes,
Hoping.
yes, she did say she would be here.
So at this time, there's a motion to postpone the vote until a special meeting to be held on January 12th. Is there support for that motion?
I supported it.
Been supported. Commissioner Shoemaker.
When it's conversation, I'd like to talk, so I
Okay.
want somebody to second it.
It's been moved and supported. We'll open the floor for conversation. Commissioner Shoemaker.
What are our other options?
I will
Move it to another date.
refer that to our corporate counsel.
You can set a special board meeting for any day you want within the month of January, and then vote. You would post the meeting, you would say that that's the reason you're having the meeting, it would be on the agenda, you would take a vote at that given place and time. But the only caution I would give you is that if you do not reach a decision within the 30-day statutory period, then you are going to have a special election to fill the seat for just the remainder of this year. And of course,
Cost.
there's a cost involved in that. The
I
state's
understand,
not-
but
the state's
when
not
has this
gonna
board
pick
been
up the
concerned with
cost.
cost before? Let's be honest. So let's not even throw that out there. So here's my question. I just want to make sure everybody can be here. I think it'd be fair to the public if we actually conduct this meeting at night, like a 5:30 or a 7 o'clock meeting, so the public can come and we can have public comment and, before everyone votes. And I think it'd be fair to Commissioner Newman, who's not here also, make it a night meeting in case there's any conflict.
Thank you. Commissioner Ellenberg.
You're saying that there'd be more like a full meeting, like with public comment and everything?
Well,
I thought it would be
if we-
just for the voting purposes.
Well, if we have a meeting, we would have a full meeting. We have to go through the full procedure.
That's what I would say.
Yep.
Because I know a lot of residents would like to be here, but unfortunately, we all, I'm sure we see it in our text and everything else when you're trying to sit here, that they'd like to be here, but unfortunately, they're working, so.
I can tell you this, I will not be able to attend an evening meeting on Wednesday, and I stated that last year in December at the board meeting. Wednesdays, I cannot do no evening meetings.
Commissioner Shoemaker.
Well, then how come Commissioner Newman, who said she couldn't be here today, you guys decided to move forward with that, but for BB, we'll move it? We'll make special arrangements. This is back to that sexism thing I believe is going on down
No,
here.
I actually said
no,
that.
Excuse me.
You know what, I said that last month in the meetings, I told them that Wednesdays are my days at work, I cannot get out of it.
And she'd mentioned that to other people down here also, and I'm just wondering why it's good for one and not for the other. I'm fine if you want to keep them all during the day, or whenever you guys want to do it, I guess, but the fact is it's funny, when somebody can't make it, we can't do something, and someone else can. We make arrangements for that.
Is there any other
Make a
discussion?
motion and see if you get support.
I know I'm not, trust me, I'm used to being one or
Yeah,
two
well,
down there a
make a
lot.
motion and see if you get support.
For a
All
nighttime
right, so the
meeting.
motion currently that is on the table is to move the vote to January 12th. Are there any other motions or amendment to that motion?
I would like to add to it that we move the meeting to nighttime.
So are you making a motion to amend them?
Well, he already has a motion on the floor.
Right, you can make
So I
you
would
can offer an
I
amendment.
would like to amend the motion to move the meeting to 7 o'clock on that evening.
All right, so the amendment on the table is to move the meeting to 7 PM on January 12th. Is there a second?
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Discussion on the amendment. Seeing none, we'll go into a period of voting. We'll take a roll call vote.
Nolden,
No.
Winfrey,
No,
Ellenberg,
No.
Clemmons,
Yes.
Shoemaker,
Yes.
Davis,
Yes.
Pepin,
No.
The motion is not adopted. That brings us back to the main motion on the table to move the vote to January 12th. It has already been moved and supported. Is there any other discussion on the main motion? Seeing none, we'll move into a period of voting. We'll take a roll call vote.
Winfrey,
Yes.
Ellenberg,
Yes.
Clemmons,
Yes.
Shoemaker,
No.
Davis,
No.
Pepin,
Yes.
Nolden,
Yes.
That vote prevails. We'll continue on with the appointment of a commissioner for the 5th District at a specially called board meeting on January 12th at 9 a.m. That moves us on to reports. Board of Commissioners, item A, approval of a contract between Genesee County and ASV 916.06. It has been moved
I'll move all of them.
and supported. Is there any discussion? Commissioner Shoemaker.
I'm sorry, I was on a different page. If we could have just a second here.
Sorry, that motion was to move all of the contracts? Commissioner Nolden? Commissioner Nolden? Was that motion to move all of the contracts?
1 to 5.
All right, Commissioner Shoemaker.
I would like to pull out each individual contract, handle it individually, but that's
I
just,
can't hear what you're saying.
I'm sorry. Hold on. I would like to pull out each contract individually and go over them each one.
Will you accept that amendment, Mr. Nolden?
Yeah. I wanted to move all 5.
All right. The motion on the table is to move all 5.
Here's the dilemma I have with this, is there's certain contracts that I am in agreement with, and there's certain ones I'm not, and if you're gonna call me to vote on one, then I gotta vote no on all, which I think is very unfair, and it's kind of typical old business of our former chair, the way
You
to
could
do it.
separate them out.
I like to separate all of them.
So the request is to separate them out, the maker of the motion. Are you amenable to that?
Moved all of them.
All right, is there any other discussion? Commissioner Ellenberg.
Could we have Anita come up and maybe explain the differences between the contracts, if there's any differences? That, I think that might clarify, clear up everything.
Good afternoon. So, I'm just looking here, we have the captains and lieutenants, 49602, which is GVRC, or the Juvenile Justice Center, and the mobile meals driver. So they're all a little different, but they basically follow the same discussions that we've had, that the board direction was. So increases financially will be 0% the first year, 1% starting next year, and 2% the third year of the contract. They're all 3-year contracts. There is the ARPA payment money that's in here. So anyone who worked during the emergency on site at least 75% of the time, there'll be a $7,500 payment. Anybody who was working from home wouldn't qualify, but then the payment goes, it stair steps down to after the emergency if they worked on site for a period from, let's see, when did the emergency end? May of '21 until this ratification date. Then that stair step down would be a $2,000 payment. Then they also include a graduated scale beyond the 2,000 for anybody that was hired in since that time till now. So new hires came in, say they started in July, they're still working under COVID conditions, so that would include everybody. And there's other slight nuances. Mobile meal drivers do not have benefits like our other contracts have. GVRC, they didn't have the same holidays, so their holiday is actually being added. We're adding Juneteenth to all the contracts. They didn't have Lincoln's birthday. The other contracts that had Lincoln's birthday, we're removing that and adding Juneteenth. That's kind of the overview. If you had any specific questions, I can address them, or if I'm missing something that you had a question on.
First question is, all the wage increases are all the same across all boards?
The 012? Yes.
And had we taken into account and did studies in the other, across the eyes, you provided me before with the lieutenants and the captains as far as their wages and where they stand.
Crystal's office did
Yep.
that.
But I was not providing any Meals on Wheels drivers, or anything else, wages or increases, or where they stand as far as financially, correct?
Correct.
Did I see that?
Yep, correct.
So I'm asked to vote on this when I don't see if they're within their pay scale or not, and the rest of these board members are asked to vote on this without actually knowing whether they're below, above, or where we're at, and we're given the same as our sheriff's department, which is you trying to make me vote for one, not the other, when you know, where I stand on one is very upsetting. Now, as far as the art money, what is the max we're giving each person?
$7,500.
$7,500. Do you feel that policy is going to go throughout every employee in the county? I understand there's specifications to it. If they weren't here, or if they started after, or if they work from home, they don't get that.
It's
But-
the same proposal to all the unions. It's already been provided to everybody.
I understand. I'm being clear where I stand with it is, I did not agree with that, and now that we're actually talking about the contracts, I can come out and actually speak what was said behind closed doors because we're voting on it. I did not agree with that. I agree that our sheriff's department and other certain entities need to be increased, and some may not. But I don't have that information to vote on the other. I was provided with the captains and lieutenants, which I think was fantastic, and I appreciate Crystal doing that, our controller, if people don't know who that was. But the rest of them, you want me to make a vote on something that I don't have the information. Just like in closed session, when we're in there for 10 seconds and we want to all make the decision, we rush out because somebody's got someplace to be, that we want to rush through this. And I'm sorry, I would like one divided out, 2 and 3, but, unfortunately, you make you vote for them, which I think is awful. You guys have done that before on things that I do support, things and others, and it was allowed by Commissioner Young, right when we started this new board out, and obviously I see things are going to continue on the way we do things. I want the residents to know I stand in support of our employees. I stand for them. I will sit there. I believe everybody generally deserves a cost of living, and with this inflationary rate that is out of control, that they should have an increase. But I don't know if they're above pay or below pay. So how do I make a good decision? We got a county that's going broke, and we can play with all the art money and throw it in here and there, whatever, but it still doesn't change the bottom line of where we are. And I think all of our new candidates applying for this should have a say. And truthfully, I think we should postpone this till we get our new person on here, because they have to live with it also. If we've lived with it this long, how long are we over when the contracts were up?
I'm sorry?
How long are we past when the contracts expired?
All the contracts expired at the end of last year.
Okay, so a couple weeks till we get a new commissioner, and we have our other commissioner here to make the vote, I think would also be fair, but we already have it on the motion on the floor. So I just want everybody to know, I do support them. I don't like having things that, guess what, we can't make a comparison with when we're getting all the information with. And you can all be upset with me, but we were rushed out of those meetings. We were. And be upset with me if you want, but that's the way I feel about it. I said it that day, and I think it was very unfair the way we rushed through spending millions and millions of dollars. So unfortunately, I'm a no on this. I do support these guys. I do support especially our law enforcement. And if you want to pull law enforcement out, I'll make it straight right now. I will vote yes on that right away.
Is there any other discussion? Commissioner Ellenberg.
So basically, for clarification, 2 of them have ratified, 2 for the 0, 1, 2.
All 3 of these union contracts in front of you today.
And then the
ratified
one
it.
that's for like the Meals on Wheels, that's basically, we raised their pay from $10.15 an hour to $12.
Correct.
And they were.
Their proposal was actually below that, where they would reach the $12 in their 3rd year of the contract.
And they were good with that?
That was their proposal. They didn't know we were going to offer to
Okay.
bring them to 12 because we'd worked with their finance and their grant. And you as a board adopted to increase other non-benefit positions to a minimum of $12. These guys were carved out because they're in this union. So we had to wait for this process to get them there.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Are there any opposed?
Nay.
The motion carries and is adopted. Moves us on to unfinished business. There is none. No new and miscellaneous business. Under other business, I would like to note to each of the commissioners, there is a letter and a packet of information on your desk in your office about some changes in practices for the upcoming year. I ask you all to review that, especially the one about our invocation process. Commissioner Shoemaker.
Thank you. Congratulations again, Mr. Commissioner Clemens. I'm excited to move forward with you this year, but unfortunately, I'm already starting to see we're going to stick with the former process, former chair with bullying and getting our way no matter what, instead of working together. When we bought the new building, I sat in there, and one day we had the votes to purchase a different building, separate place, and I chose to be fair and work with everybody and sit in the middle because I know it was important to keep the county hub in the center of the building, or the center of the county. And I do not receive the same respect in return. And I think it's shameful, and I'm hoping things will change, but I guess it's probably, the more things change, the more they stay the same. So, thank you.
Is there anything else under other business? Seeing none, we stand adjourned at 1:04 p.m.